in the hand, yeah.
One for the big blind, one ante. One ante.
One more?
One more. For the ante, just for him.
You're okay. You're okay.
So we'll not play this hand.
Yeah.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Live at the Bike, bringing you live action cash games from here at the Bike Casino. It's High Stakes Fridays. I'll be your commentator, Jeremy Fremlin. How's everyone doing today?
Raise to 3 first and then re-raise.
Excited to be with you all for High Stakes Friday.
Well, you hear the day they like, overpaid me like $5K at the page.
What did you do?
It was the weirdest thing. Well, I didn't even realize because I just put it in my pocket.
Yeah, because I think they'll like ban you if you.
Well, they just came up and they told me, they're like, hey, we overpaid you $5K. I just handed it back to them.
I've heard about some people at Commerce getting banned for that.
Yeah, I would never try to keep it.
Yeah.
I just like, it was just weird because like the casino comes up and is like, hey, we overpaid you.
Jumping right into a hand here.
After the hand, see if
Looks like Eric 3-bet before the flop.
We don't need those.
Continuing with a bet. 9-5 deuce 2 diamonds.
Hold on.
Han's gonna call with king high backdoor diamonds. Well, there's one diamond. Eric's open-ended now, and king high is still the best hand.
Oh, extra, yeah. How about an extra special?
3,000.
Still a minute each, right?
They add a minute to your time, yeah.
3,000 now from Eric, open-ended. Han
Don't need him there.
has a diamond draw now, and a gut shot,
Raise.
and the best hand. He calls. So, oh, excuse me, he raised 8,000. What a play by Han. He's got that king of diamonds blocker. This raise is, he is representing a flush, most likely. And Eric, with no diamond in his hands, very hard to continue. He just lets it go.
Oh.
The 100 is hand. It's hand.
Oh. Can you kick that button, please?
Yeah.
50.
You have change?
Oh, I'll go get you some.
Okay, thanks.
What do you want?
Okay, just ones and 1,000s and 100s.
Hey, you want a 50s?
No.
Okay.
Yep. High Stakes Friday here. 50, 100, $100. Dead money.
How's your Omaha championship?
I'll be with you for today. Jeremy Fremlin. I know you all are used to JJ, but JJ apparently is doing well in the main event, so good luck to JJ.
I got like my tournament for the year.
Yeah, that's how I am. Once I play the main, I'm like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah.
I do love that one though. You know, the 2-hour levels. It's really nice.
The PLO stuff's, the PLO tournament's all fun.
I went out in the, he told me I went out in the first level in the high roller PLO. Just
Oh,
Very-
yeah. That hand was wild, though.
I couldn't get away from it.
I mean,
25K?
you had queen jack 10-9 double, right?
Yeah, I had 9 10 jack queen double.
Yeah, it was reasonable.
Yeah.
It was reasonable.
Wait, Nathan got 10th in that one? I
Yeah.
had no idea he
That
was
was
like
the
deep.
25K.
Yeah, I guess I was.
L,
I
pre-flop
had no idea
raiser.
he
Just
got
gonna
fifth
check it
until
back.
Afterwards, either in the
Queen
fourth
5
or
6 2
whatever.
Yeah,
diamonds.
that was
Fifth or
funny.
fourth?
I got 5th, yeah.
Okay.
The Poker Player Championship.
Yeah, I haven't been following.
L
the
turns a
tournament.
flush draw now, and the best hand.
For that, for all the games.
Still the
It's a
best
slight
hand.
exaggeration, but it's generally the truth.
Well, yes, you did fine.
Yeah. Like, I knew the
500.
rules most of the time.
Han.
I
Let's
guess
it go.
the whole, the bright point of the whole tournament was Jungle Man getting that hole on the half a blind.
Yeah, that's the most insane hand I've ever seen.
Yeah. Were you there for that?
I was already out at that
Oh.
point.
What happened? He got some crazy fold?
It's like
Maybe I wouldn't
so
understand
no,
it
it's
'cause I
no,
don't
it's a
know the
limit.
rules.
It's a
No, you
limit.
wouldn't.
You would. It's a limit hold'em hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they have like 7 or 8 blinds or something.
Yeah.
It's like 3. I think he had 2.5 big bets. So yeah.
Okay, thanks, man.
And like
300.
He raises, so Ryan Lane's like the chip leader too.
Yeah.
Raises like ace
Couple
5
minutes
off
ago, let me
in
know.
the small blind. Jungle calls with king queen, which in itself is
In
kind
the
of
big
weird.
blinds. The
Yeah,
small
normally
blind are
jungle will just raise in like a limit game. It's like wheeled.
Yeah.
It comes like ace jack something,
Yeah.
15.
and it goes like bet. Oh no, it goes check, and then jungle bets, and the guy calls. Tolan's like a 7, and he goes check check, rolls a king, and the guy bets, and jungle has 1.5 bets left on the river, and just like rolls his eyes and puts it in with king queen because in limit king queen's like the stone
Can you
nut
scan your
seal.
cards, please?
Like it's always good, and the guy folds ace 5.
And what did the other guy have? I didn't
Han
follow.
three
The
betting
other guy
jacks
has 5.
But ace
out of
On
the small
ace-
blind.
on
Jay,
ace jack X,
Oh, so.
the only
7.
caller, 5-6 on the
okay,
button.
okay, so he
And jungle has
he
king
folded
queen
the best hand.
and is
It's
raising.
a half a big blind.
Right,
But
right.
the best
right.
one is
Half a bet.
Right,
jungle's,
okay, I see, I see.
jungle's raising for value.
Right, right.
Gets a fold,
Right.
and then jungle just and then the guy
And
shows
look
an
at
ace. Jungle
this.
stands up, starts openly.
Han
wrapping
continues
out.
bet on the flop, and Jay
He's wearing like this Dragon
raising
Ball Z costume.
Yeah, I
bottom
saw that.
pair,
He
He
ace
does
6
He does
10.
like a Kamehameha across the table. And then the guy's like, and then like the guy's like the nicest guy, Ryan. And he's like, "Were you value raising? Like, what were you doing?" And Jungle
It was
just
bluffing.
And Jungle just laughing and goes, "No, I was bluffing." Like clearly making fun of him.
Pretty unorthodox play by Jay.
Slams the calls on the table like it's the Wall Street. It's the most
I
inappropriate
mean, you
reaction.
would think
but
he's
it's
trying to
so
get
fun.
a hand to fold like
He was all
the
dressed-
one
he was
Han
all
has,
dressed
a
up.
pair under an
Yeah,
ace.
I saw
That
I
had to
saw
be the
that.
high
I mean,
point.
it's like actually a really mean reaction, but it's so funny.
Han still calls.
Push at 2.
I wish Ryan wasn't such a nice guy, because I would be able to.
And
make the clip a
Jay
little
gets
bit more.
rewarded.
The fact that
Turn
he's, like,
of
such a nice
5.
guy, I'm like, I feel a little bad.
Jay now has the best hand.
Right.
And Jungle would have been knocked out, obviously.
And then wins the
he
tournament.
comes back and wins
Yeah.
it. And the
Okay.
pay jump.
I saw that he
the
won,
pay
yeah.
jump. The
6,000.
pay jump alone for making the call was $180,000.
Yeah, the fold's insane. I mean,
Yeah.
So, yeah, so he was literally all in as well.
2,000.
I
Han
mean, also, I mean, there's so many things. The guy's
made
getting 10 to
an
1
amazing
for
call on the flop.
for
The graphic says 2,000, but I think it's actually 6,000.
limit game hand installed with like
Right.
7 blinds.
And he's got top pair.
Yeah, it's the most insane fold.
And this would
like,
just be
also, you're against the best
another
player in the
ambitious
tournament,
call.
Like, it's probably worth calling just in case you can win.
And
He's
the
gonna
fact
let
he
it go.
played the hand so weird.
Yeah, that too. Like you
Yeah.
always bet the flop. You never
Yeah.
check the flop here.
Yeah, so it's really hard to put him on an ace.
Right.
I mean-
he flopped an ace and checked.
He checked.
He's
In
supposed
a,
to
well,
bet.
in a spot that Jungle always like raises if he has an ace.
Right.
So like Jungle never has an ace on the flop.
Okay. That's funny, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, and then he comes back and wins it. That's what's crazy.
No, the
about it,
sickest
you
is
know?
like
No.
I'm like reasonably good friends with Paul who got fold. It's the sickest beat for him because he's like heads up as long as this guy calls and he ends up getting fold place.
Right. Yeah. That's
It's like so tilting.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like watching this guy fold and it was like what?
Race 9.
Raise 9.
I like how they were just playing like us 20K pot as I'm just screaming about this hand that someone else played. Sorry about that, guys.
People wanted to hear it, I'm sure.
Hopefully I'm not too close to the mics.
So pre-flop battling here. L opens under the gun, light, 7-8 of clubs. Eric 3-bets light, queen 10 off. Jay cold calls the 3-bet. We don't know what he has.
Can you scan your cards, Jeff?
No, you keep hitting me.
Well, ace, 6, 6.
Bet 12. Raise 20.
1,200 and a snap call
Can you scan
from
your
Jay.
Keep your secret.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, no, it was a snap raise from Jay.
6 events.
And Eric, with just queen high, he lets it go.
Half of them are PLO.
No, I played 2 PLOs and I played the 50K high roller for the no limit and the main event, and I played the seniors for the first time. That was fun. The seniors, I want to go on the seniors tour after that.
The scene was cool.
Yeah, like this, it was awesome.
Did you feel like the young guy?
Yeah, that was awesome. You can make mistakes in the senior event, but come on, guys, we're seniors. And they all get rickety at each other.
Yeah, everyone's
You know what I
grumpy,
mean?
grumpy.
It's like, come on, guys, it's a senior event. We're allowed to make a few mistakes here. You know? Slow roll on accident, that kind of stuff. It was so easy to chip up in the seniors event. All hookers should be like that.
Did you only play Fortune Vegas?
I was
Yeah.
I was joking that like by the time I get to play the seniors event, it's just gonna be like the toughest tournament.
I know.
It's just gonna be all these like young, all these guys who've been playing poker for the
L
last like
with the
40
flush draw.
years.
John,
They'll be playing
the
great.
pre-flop raiser.
We're gonna be really
It's going to
excited
continue
when
on
we
ace
play
9 deuce 2
40-year-olds
spades.
I get in it with some old lady, and she raises on the cutoff, and I call in the button with ace 2 suited,
Like
L
and the
calls.
flop comes down ace 2 2.
it's a
Right?
pretty solid flop.
Turn is a 9,
Yeah,
and you would
and,
think John's going to
And,
check it back. He
she
does.
bets it,
River's
I
a
call
spade
it.
for L.
Turn comes, she bets it. I call it. River comes, she bets it. I jam it. Ah, damn it.
And
And
L
this is
checks
like a
it,
lot of chips,
giving John some
right?
rope,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
John does not
She
bite.
calls with pocket eights.
I was gonna guess queens, but the eights is strong.
Oh man.
If you're John there, betting the river, it's pretty ambitious. Not a whole lot
You will
to
not
get to
come the
fold.
It-
Hard to
and
get
she was
L
so
to fold
mad
an
at me
ace
'cause I
9
came
or
to the
spades
table
there on the
and
river.
I started raising, and the guy told me
I mean,
later.
that is pretty messed up.
They're all
Yeah.
limping,
I don't think
limping,
you should be
limping.
doing
You
that
would
to
think
these guys.
L's going to
Yeah,
show up
I
with those
know.
hands
Does it
after
come
check
to
calling
our
the
game
flop.
and he just
So John
raises when he-
wisely
when he
checks it
comes
back.
into a
Just
pot?
raises.
Yeah, like everybody's just limping, 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 limping.
I was saying,
It was nuts.
I was the little bit of the main event I played,
Yeah.
the very very little bit. I was at the table next to like a Donna study table.
Oh yeah.
Every time I looked over, he was betting like 2 times the pot, and everyone at the table just looked so sad. They just looked so scaled and sad. And this guy's just like,
300.
Raise.
Raise. 1,000.
it was so funny.
That's funny. That is funny.
They were just like, they're like, what did I do to dissolve this kid?
He was betting 2 times
3
the
bet
pot on the
city
river, or what?
so far. We've seen so many
It was
3
every
bets
time I looked over, it was
already.
like, we had 6
John
big
3 betting
cards
king
stacked,
jack
and he
off in the
was at,
cutoff. Han
20K
defends.
out in front of it, but I'd be like, I don't know how.
Han, L flops
Was
John.
it right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
25,000
Yeah. It was only the 1K that was worried about.
4,000 gray. 4,000 white and 1,000 purple.
Thank you.
Check check on the flop. It's a little coordinated board. It's going to favor the person who just called, which would be Han. So John opts to just check it back. John bets the queen though, 1,000. Han snap calls. River is a 6, bringing a 1-liner.
How many tall
You would think this would go check check.
Main event.
Hard for John to rip before here,
Didn't you play in the
and it does.
in the encore one? Oh, okay.
Only one event.
Huh?
Only in the main.
Oh.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I just played.
Nick
the
from
main.
Yuma says, what color is L's hair?
Poker's its own thing.
I mean, looks black to me, no?
That's fine.
I like the main because of the 2-hour levels. It's
Oh, it's awesome.
not like a cash game, but it's like a hybrid almost.
Thank you.
It's funny, that's the difference with me and you, man. I'm like, I want like 20-minute levels.
Oh yeah.
I want to get straight to the fun ball.
The high rollers are like that.
Yeah, I like that. I mean,
No, but the
The-
good thing
the-
about the main is like when you do cash, it's actually really fun because it's like
And Ghost
yeah,
Metal
and
says,
you're
almost
like,
time for
oh,
Magnus
that's
versus
full shawl.
Ian Nepanichi for the title.
3.
I'm interested in seeing that. I like chess. That actually excites me.
I would like if they skipped like the first 3 levels of the main.
right.
Like if we just stalled with like 100 bigs or something.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
The 300 big line level 1.
Yeah, it's
It's a
pretty
lot.
tough. At least they put the ante in there. They didn't used to put the ante in there. There used to be no ante in the first few levels.
300 from John, ace deuce 4. Pretty good flop. Eric with a gut shot, backdoor clubs. Let's see if he continues.
Main, though. That's good as it is as well.
Yep, Eric's going to take one off here.
Got anything else for you on videos?
No, I just busting 3 hours and I just started partying for 2 days.
Where'd you go party?
Turn is a deuce.
I have many friends there, so we went drinking.
I mean,
Yeah.
probably go for more value if you're John. See how much.
Yeah, just dinner and drinking.
Yeah, I did
15.
I did EDC like 3 weeks
1500.
ago. I've done it.
And
Fine.
Yeah, I don't think I don't
See
think
if
I've been
Eric-
able to party sets.
yeah,
It
Eric's
broke
just gonna
me.
let it go.
It was fun, but
Okay.
No, EDC was fun?
EDC was super fun, yeah.
Oh, you went?
Yeah, it was my first time ever going.
Oh,
I heard
wow.
Sammy went.
There was a ton of poker dudes that went. We had like,
Yeah.
I ran into so many people I knew there, which was kind of weird because like 100,000 people.
Who
How
did
am
you
I
go
gonna
with?
get
Like
people?
you actually walking in there with?
I went with, I don't think you know David Coleman. But I went with, like him and his girlfriend, and then, like typical people, the non-poker people. And then
Three.
ended up like just running into everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
You do go.
It's weird though. It feels like how do you run into people? There's so many people there.
Right. This shows how many people you know that go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You probably missed a bunch of people too.
But, yeah, I mean for sure.
300 from Chris, 2 calls.
Five.
Chris does not see bet. Eric betting his ace high, which is the best
My
hand,
most
takes it down.
memorable, thing that happened with the series was we went to Topgolf for
Okay.
my ex-wife's birthday.
Topgolf's super fun.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
crazy.
You just drink and you just drive balls.
Yeah, even
It's
if,
like-
like I suck at golf, but it's still a blast.
That's why I like Topgolf. It's just the driving part, the
Yeah.
fun part.
Oh
you
my
know,
god, yeah, like the big screens.
Well, I
and
can't
Yeah.
hit a driver, so
And,
it's more like a 6-iron for me. But
yeah, and the big screens and the drinks. And
Yeah.
I go, oh my god, I want to get rich and buy one of these.
Right.
But anyways, there was
Chris and Eric, there's the chip
guy
counts.
that
Chris and
was
Eric sitting with the
obviously
most.
Something like a couple of booths down, you know, golfing with
Three.
this party,
Yeah.
and it ended up being the Rugs.
oh,
Yeah,
Wow.
we're watching him go. That guy's something. Like he's something. Like you know, you look really
that's
good.
crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
and yeah, like
like you know what the crash is, right? On Spring Mountain.
no, I don't know where it was at.
So it's on like
$300 3 ways. Chris a pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, so Spring Mountain's just like a road with like a stop sign and a red light every half mile.
Eric
To go
open-ended
157
Jay with
on
the
that
best hand
road
with a
is
9.
You have to have ran at least 10 stop signs with
Oh, I
lights.
think you know you were in it.
It's insane.
I gotta pay more
Yeah, there's
attention.
many traffic lights.
Yeah,
It's blocking.
it's like to the point that like I wonder if it was like a suicide attempt or something.
16 total.
Like it's so insane to go that
Wow.
fast on that road.
Jay raising his 9. We've seen a couple unorthodox raises by Jay. And so far, Jay has won every hand that he's got involved in.
$27.
27 on the turn.
The only person who's probably happy about all this stuff that can happen in the Raiders lately is John Gruden. John Gruden's like, they forgot about me.
I mean, Jay's hoping to get called by a flush draw or a straight draw, and he does. River. Well, River pairs the 7, changes nothing. And unless Eric does something crazy here, I wonder if Jay's going to bet his 9 on the river if he gets checked to.
Oh, I didn't.
Okay.
Monday, Tuesday.
You like Seattle?
So it's not
Yeah.
good for
Okay.
the
That's nice.
10 seconds.
Not even possible.
It's a tough spot for Eric because it's really hard to represent a good value hand here on the river.
You like the rain. He likes the rain. Yeah.
6,000 on the river.
The old adage. King 9. Good.
Yeah, you're right.
And
Yeah.
Jay calls not to, doesn't take very long.
certainly seems that way. It certainly seems that way.
No one blocked me.
Take it.
We'll see.
Still be good like
Yeah, it doesn't feel very good if you're Eric.
Because of Baccarat, you said? Because you play Baccarat?
Getting raised with middle pair and looked up with middle pair.
We should put a
bet
reward.
money-
Who can
money
block and
out
then
of
show him.
nowhere. Just this bankroll.
Exactly.
Lucky,
I got a 9. I'm like,
First time.
well, 9s are lucky.
I'm gonna
right? Baccarat.
whip it in his
Nines are the best. I played Baccarat one time, lost every hand, and then never played again.
That's luck for you.
I don't know how-
That's luck
That's
for you.
good, right? That's good.
That's a real luck for you.
I don't know how to
heard
peel
that
cards, so I
starting
can't have the fun of that.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was playing with,
Three.
yeah, this guy, this commerce reg.
I've done that as well.
My friends play only want to win 10,000. The
Yeah.
casino let him win 100 grand. First time play.
Oh, that's terrible, right? Now they're gonna lose.
That's the worst thing that could happen.
They're gonna lose it all back plus more.
Life saving.
That's all.
It's the time. It's the time.
Well, 300 from Eric. Chris, the only caller. Pretty nice flop for Eric. Chris doesn't have much though. $500. Quick fold.
Yeah, so I've had that case on my mind. It just, such a.
It is crazy.
I didn't
whole
realize
story's
Spring
so
Mountain
sad.
was like that. You think
Yeah,
he was,
it's like a 45 mile per hour speed limit or something. It's like,
Yeah.
it's completely insane.
yeah.
I mean, it's really, it's sad and like, the kid's life is gonna be ruined, but it's such a insane level of recklessness, like he needs to go to jail for.
This is the football player you guys are talking
Yeah.
about.
What happened?
I'm saying the Hindu
killed
Rugs
somebody, right?
crash, he got like, he crashed going 157 into someone on a 45 mile per hour speed limit road. Like, at that point, I guess it's not mortal, but it seems pretty close.
Right.
13.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
you just truly don't care about anyone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So another open here from Eric. I think that's 3 hands in a row Eric has opened. John gonna squeeze on the button, queen ten of hearts, and he's kind of stepped into it here. Eric, ace king of spades. He's gonna put in the 4-bet.
5,000.
No one does that sober.
Yeah. Yeah.
5,000 total.
Yeah. If you do that solo, something's really wrong with you.
Back on to John.
I mean, when I first started driving,
Pretty
17 or 18,
close
I just had
decision,
to
I
crack
think.
and call by
I mean,
million.
5,000 represents a pretty big percentage of your stack. Yeah, John's just gonna let it go.
Which is like insane. Like, I can't believe I did that. So like,
Let me see the raw. Let me see the
I don't know, man. If I had, maybe if I had been able to afford, you know, some $200,000 sports car, I would have done something really stupid. But
I got a
Still
car
really
that
insane.
goes to 150 miles an hour.
yeah,
just
you
like
have
that.
the Tesla.
the
right?
Just
Tesla.
like that.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
about
yeah.
that sometimes.
Yeah.
That
Like
car's
you
so
can just,
sick.
somebody just challenges you a little bit on the freeway. And you
Yeah.
can hit it. You'll be at 150 like.
Yeah, yeah.
And I started thinking, but even before,
It's-
you know, like it's really like get arrested kind of speeds.
Right.
Well, yeah,
And
for
it-
sure.
Without
Big black
really,
It's 0 to 60 in like 1.9, right?
yeah,
It's the
yeah.
black.
The way it goes from 60 to 130 is one of the most amazing things.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to do it.
300.
And it's scary, actually.
best part about
I don't know.
Tesla is you can get high and jump and
Yeah, and then let it auto drive.
that's how.
I do
Yeah,
this.
That's why I think it's a good car.
Some people end up on the news though after they die.
I mean, the self-driving.
You know what I do is
It's
just like
awesome,
use
yeah.
my leg to squeeze the wheel, and then just like this.
Alright, let me know when you're on the road. I'm gonna stay home.
Self-driving. It's self
Dude, that reminds me. There was
$300
this,
3 ways.
super degen guy I knew who
Ace high's the
he had,
best
like,
hand
a
right
lot
now.
of money and he bought like a self-driving car. He wasn't American and he's asking me, he's like, if my car's self-driving and I'm not American, can I still get a DUI? And I was like, yeah, you can. Somehow he ended up not crashing his car, which really was some good run good.
Han is gonna bet
Actually
king high,
saw the
king
car in the
jack.
parking lot
Gets
and noticed it.
through.
That guy's car.
Oh yeah,
It's fucking sick.
I mean it's like a $200,000 car, right?
Yeah, no, it's all
Okay.
customized.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a crazy wrap on it. Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, his brother died in a car crash too, which
That's
makes
right, or a good friend, right?
I think it was his brother. I thought it was his brother. Maybe it was a good friend. But
Yeah, good
someone
friend.
like he would kneel every touchdown
That's
he
right.
scored,
Yeah.
like in remembrance of it.
Yeah, the 3 in his name is for that guy.
Yeah, it's just so it's insane to think
Yeah.
that you have that experience and you're still driving that fast.
Right.
Three.
$300 from John, 2 queens, $100 5 ways. One of the few hands that didn't go 3-bet.
Almost
Only
one
hot.
butt.
Only hot.
Let me know.
Well, Jack,
You
Jack,
just grabbed
5.
the other
Jay
deck. I have no problem
in the
with
big
it.
blind
Yeah,
flops
just
trip
grab
jacks.
the ball, see what happens.
And he might get paid a hefty sum here because he has been very active and he's been betting mediocre-ish hands
14.
till the river. So if you're John here, you're not going to give Jay credit for a jack immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have a friend who went to
Turns a
jail
3.
for causing an accident when he was in a DUI.
24.
And
Yeah.
it's so harsh.
I mean, it
Like,
is.
I mean, I know people.
2,400 from
or
Jay.
Don't know people, but I've heard of people robbing liquor stores or
And getting less.
yeah,
I mean,
getting way less time or you know, like hardened criminals doing gangster stuff and getting off.
Yeah.
And it's like when you look at when I look at his case really closely, and the sentencing mandates are so harsh. It's like, oh, you're going to jail for 5
River's a
years.
king,
You know,
and
just
Jay
like-
still going for
If
value.
you kill somebody,
Yeah.
it's 20,
I
20
don't-
years.
I mean, it's tough because like
Oh, I just
it's
feel like you have
a
this.
lot more
Yeah.
people. would do it, but
3,400.
penalties won't
That's
so
right.
much.
That's right.
So
And
like
I
it
think
does-
it's good that a big public case happens
Well,
like
yeah.
that because it gets everybody to think.
Tough spot
You
for
know,
John. I mean, like I said,
Yeah.
not only has
One thing
Jay
that
been playing a lot of
years
hands,
ago, like, you don't have a ride
but
home,
he's been playing a lot of
That's
mediocre,
right.
mediocre hands strongly.
With all
And
the stuff
John
that's
makes
available now, it's insane.
the wise fold. Lets it go.
Actually, having one of the few restaurants I've ever been to that has an Uber stand with cars in line.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
on like,
Need to be sticky.
dude, even if it was 3 a.m., I guarantee he could have called someone at the Radels and been like, hey guys, I need a ride home, get me a drive home.
Once again,
And they
welcome
would've come and picked him up and
to
driven
Live at the Bike High Stakes Friday. The
They
game
should be babysitting
is
those guys.
5,100
I'm
with a
sure they do.
$100
Yeah.
ante.
I'm 100% sure
I'll be your
that he had
commentator,
someone
Jeremy
he
Fremlin.
contacted that
That's
would've
right.
driven his call home.
Yeah.
Awesome. You know, when you hit the
There's a lot of table talk. I'll try to quiet
Is that
down.
lucky? Okay.
for real, the dice hit their chip on the crab table, always 7.
All right. Good enough. Don't hit your blind.
It won't hit.
Right.
It's 10.
Raise 1,000.
I got value a little bit. Oh,
Heads up.
Eric. Wow, what a hand. Eric 3-bet on the button, 8-9 of diamonds. John defended his open and flops the nuts. 1,200 from Eric on the button. And John going for the check raise.
Raise. 6.
6,000. Pretty big check raise.
Ten seconds.
Back on to Eric. And this looks like a fold to me, right? You have bottom pair and a gut shot, 2 hearts. Very hard to continue on a lot of turn cards if you call. But Eric goes for it. He's going to call. Wow. Eric, who needed the jack just to chop, hits the jack on the turn. So now they're both chopping. Any 9 makes a straight. Unbelievable turn card.
$5,000.
5,000 from John. And John with just about 10 left. I'd imagine Eric is just gonna move in here. John could show up with sets, 2 pairs, flush draws. Yeah, John calls and they're gonna chop it up.
You can go twice if you want.
They're gonna go twice. Yeah. Good? Good.
So chop, right?
Yep.
Jack. Yeah.
Yep, chop it up.
Wait, yeah, he's got the.
No, chop up.
Oh, yeah.
Chop, yeah. We both have to
Yeah, pulled it on both. This didn't change anything.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't have ace king.
I know.
Oh, yeah. It was a good fight. I didn't like the turn, obviously.
You don't like the turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, like, when I had a friend who it happened to, I go, man, it's good that they have these really harsh sentences, but they should get it out somehow that so people know. Like, because like, just what happened to my friend, I would never drive drunk.
Yeah, I don't think people realize quite. Oh, I mean, I always was kind of aware of it, but I do think some people don't realize how serious a crime DUI actually is if you get one.
I mean,
It
this
really
guy
should-
had
it
no
really-
record at all. Went to jail for 5 years in an injury DUI.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is so harsh.
Yeah.
In a place where they don't put anybody in jail. You know what I mean? In California.
5 years?
Yes.
What happened?
He injured a car full of people. Like, and if the injury is just it can be a small injury, but if it's like for example, a broken nose, it counts as a critical injury.
$300 3 ways.
San Diego. Yeah. So
Well, 3, 4, 5. Jay with the best hand. Eric, backdoor diamonds and a gut shot.
Where in San Diego? My friends.
I have friends that live in San Diego. They
Heads
used to
up.
San Diego.
So La Jolla, like La Jolla around there,
And then another guy in Belmont.
Jay calls.
yeah.
Eric turns the best hand.
Yeah.
Always weekend.
Yeah.
2,000.
2,000 now from Eric. And wow, unbelievably, Jay just lets it go.
9.
It's almost like Jay knows what Eric has in his hand. So we saw earlier Jay raise Eric with a middle pair and call him down.
But in
This hand, Eric gets
like,
lucky
the
and
guy
turns
so much
top pair, and Jay just gives him credit.
Can you imagine first year?
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, I
rookie
always think about that when these like super
Yeah.
high list, A-list
That's a
athletes like
super fall from grace.
screw their
man.
lives up like Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, I mean, Hernandez is
He had like
a
a
whole
brain.
other level,
Yeah.
you know, but
Yeah.
That's
for
that brain,
sure,
but yeah.
for sure, I mean, it is insane.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you
3.
doing? Hernandez is really so crazy.
Yeah. What kind of sentence did Hernandez get?
I think he got some. I think he might have had life.
Yeah, he got like life, I think, or something.
I mean, he was the executional whole game. Like, it's like insane.
Yeah.
Then he like committed suicide, right?
Yeah.
300 from L. Chris
Yeah,
calls out of the
yeah,
big
like,
blind.
look,
Gut shot for L.
super
CTE,
fucked up,
right.
CTE.
3.
Not that like that
Bet and a fold.
explains it. It's not like
Yeah.
every dude he's had a concussion went and
Eric, you're the big blind. Thank you.
Need more people, huh?
First,
We could put
Five.
some shadows on or something.
Yeah, I'm down.
Think slow. I cannot take too many short hands.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, how does
you need
straddling
more-
fix anything?
Huh?
Yeah, you
I
guys
thought,
are
I
funny.
thought you said.
Straddle
I thought you said we
making the
needed more
game
players,
fast.
and I was like,
Oh,
well, we can
okay,
do something to make it more exciting. I thought you said more players. I didn't hear slow.
Oh, no, he said they more players.
you were right. You did.
Yeah, no,
it.
he is talking about more players. Yeah. Who else was supposed to come?
Harry should be here,
Okay.
but he's usually driving in from the valley, so.
Got it.
That's a long ass drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I drive from San Diego, so. I'm used to it.
I drove from Vegas.
Oh, did you? That's fucking.
Why don't you
I
take
mean,
your
not
train?
before.
Story topper.
I like having my car. I just like.
Yeah, you guys are all a bunch of wild, so I don't know.
Pop one there, so.
Yeah.
All I hear is
No, I just like. I like to be when I'm driving, just be alone, think. You know.
You just drive in silence.
No, I mean I listen to podcasts or
Limp
or
pot,
I
Jay
listen to
betting
music, but
About to
his
say that's
queen
so
and
weird.
Eric.
no, I
I'll
don't
just
drive in silence.
stone silent.
I
No,
Oh,
I
interesting
have a lot
player.
of-
Check,
see.
Eric
I
check
have
call
a
to
lot
the
of
5,
surgery
leading the
to
turn.
do, that's all.
I really can just picture you just
Jay just
Just
checks back on the
stone
river,
silence.
shows down the queen for the winner.
wow.
The Tesla makes the drive really easy.
Yeah, that I believe.
But you tell when you see him next. I could text him actually. The house you stay in. What's that guy's
Sam.
name? Sam. Tell him that the new Teslas don't make the trip in one charge. Because you want to buy a plaid
I don't
just
deal on
because
that
it would
side,
make
but-
the trip
Oh,
in one
yeah.
charge.
One day, I'll tip you big.
How did Sam do in the series?
That would be awesome. Learn Banter just for that.
I don't.
Yes, go deal, tell me like,
He
Jay,
cashed
that's
the
200, I'll get
50K,
you
but I think
800.
he hasn't cashed anything else. He's had a bad series.
Wait,
Don't feel too bad for Sam.
All that Bitcoin money.
Yeah.
It was crazy being in Vegas, guys. Like, it's like there's money everywhere.
Yeah.
There's internet money. Like, everybody's
the
so
crypto,
fucking
the crypto
rich.
stuff.
Yeah.
The crypto stuff has made people.
Ranger
feel
from
good.
Chris,
Yeah, it really
out of the
is
cutoff,
crazy.
on calls.
Like with the biggest whales at the table are poker players because they bought crypto.
Not a bad
'Cause
flop
it's not just Bitcoin.
for
you know,
both
they're
hands.
into
Ethereum.
Solana
5-4,
and
2
they're the
diamonds.
ones buying all like poker
Ethereum
players.
has pumped so much, you know.
I mean, dude, the big one is Solana that
Solana?
he's saying.
Yeah,
A
Solana,
bunch of
like
these
a
guys
lot of
had so
poker
much of
players,
it, and then the
yeah.
NFT stuff too. A bunch of these guys have had a ton of NFTs.
They're just like rolling in money.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
like guys
50
worth
and a
like
call.
$100 million who are like, it's like so crazy.
It is
Just like
crazy,
started out as like
Yeah,
some like
it's like-
small time poker player.
Yeah, they're just buying main event seats for everybody.
Yeah.
Like main events, no big deal. The high rollers are awesome because like so many people normally couldn't play or play
Right,
them.
right. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't think about
Yeah. There's just so many rich poker players around for the first time. It's like the renaissance.
Chris
of
checks
poker
back the
for sure.
nines on the
Like,
turn.
no time has there been poker
Let's
players
see
with so much money.
well,
It took me a while to figure
Han's
that
gonna lead out
but
on the
it's
river.
It's
that.
a
All
gold
from crypto,
rush.
It's all from
It's
crypto.
all from
I was gonna wonder if Chris would go for thin value if check to, but
call.
Chris is gonna call and win.
Wow. High level poker there. Yeah, it was crazy. It took a while for me to, what is going on?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And it's not just like one or two people. It's like dozens of people. You know?
That's
Like,
right.
it's like it's a
That's
lot
right.
of people.
Yeah, it's a little wild.
You guys just paying
Think
collection on
about
the
you're a
board?
poker player, where else are you gonna put your money? You can't deposit it in a bank and
You
deposit
guys
it.
just gonna do collection on the board like normal?
You can just
yeah.
pay your taxes, then you
Yeah.
deposit it.
Yeah, so it's a
Oh,
perfect
wow.
thing that
Yeah.
instead of having cash money, they put it in crypto.
It's like, well, you don't commit any tax fraud. Where else are you gonna put your money?
300. $14. 44.
And look at this. It's the first time we've seen Han or anyone get this out of line. Putting the cold 4-bet, Jack 10 of hearts out of the small blind. And it's going to work. Gets Jay to fold 9s on the button.
Still got a little pet.
How much?
What a play. I mean, it's not like Jay
115 either?
has been 3-betting a ton pre-flop, so Han just had the spidey sense that it would work, even still.
That was a collection, so it was an 8, so I had to pay.
Oh,
We just do it by
Have you seen the video of Jungle Man with the strippers?
Yeah.
So was that the
I saw that night. What is this guy?
Yeah.
This is so nuts.
That video is one of the weirdest videos.
It is
No,
so
no,
weird.
No,
That was
no.
the correct board.
Oh,
He's
that
such
was
a
the board. That was
character.
the board.
Yeah,
That
it was the correct board,
Oh,
yeah.
It was 864.
Yeah, that would have been the board.
I would still have a little pet.
Okay.
That's me.
Wait, fold. I would have flopped top. There we go.
300.
Range from Han on the button. Chris defends out of the big blind 8-6. And not much for either player. Ace high is best.
I checked.
Oh, you check?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Check through on the flop. And unless Chris checks it here, so he's going to go... Well, excuse me, unless Chris bets it here, it's going to go check, check.
15.
And looks like Chris overbet 1,500, and that's going to get a quick fold from Han.
Good timing.
So interesting play there by Chris. He felt if Han actually had a pair, would have checked,
So the World
or he would have
Series is
bet by the
moving
turn,
valleys.
and
Yeah.
unless Han had a queen,
Doing
river
my
queen,
morbid research.
I think
it's
gonna
almost
be- I think it's gonna be a
impossible
lot
to
higher.
call
Really, I hope
to
so.
make.
The Rio is so not
I mean,
nice.
we want to. I've talked to, cause like GG owns the WSOP stuff now.
Okay.
So like, I've talked to some of the people.
It used to
that-
be Caesars, now it's GG, or what?
Cecil's. So Cecil still owns.
3.
I think like the property rights or something, but GG has like the rights to the brand. It's some, I don't know, some
Okay.
political shit going on, but
Yeah.
GG's heavily involved now.
Yeah.
They're one of the main sponsors. So I talked to some of the guys that work with GG. They're trying to do a ton of stuff to make it way nicer, I guess. Like just make
300
it
from
a
Eric.
experience again.
Han, only caller out of the cutoff.
Yeah, and then it'll be at Bally's.
And
Yeah,
Eric
it's cool, like,
with a
St.
gut
June is
shot.
only, like,
Han
you
the
know,
best
8,
hand
9 months away or whatever.
with a 3.
Yeah, it's nice. We get to play the
Another
main
main.
event. Yeah, another main, yeah.
Yeah.
I want my revenge, dude. I didn't have
500
and
and a call.
The only one the only
Wow,
one I
there's the
got
gut
on
shot
my-
immediately there for Eric. Has the
Yeah,
nuts.
I'm 1 for 9. I've
Yeah,
played 9
I'm
times.
over-
I've cashed,
really?
I think
I'm-
cashed once.
I'm
only
over
once.
5.
The first 6 years, I mean, I had no chance. I just gave my money. Like, so 3 years.
John was one of those John was one of those guys who just everyone's like he's drawing
Yeah,
bad.
I'm like, I was
1300.
literally stone dead the first 6 years.
Stone dead.
Like no chance at all. But
If you're Han,
last
you're
3
not
years,
too
I
scared
Always have a chance.
of that 4 clubs when Eric is a pre-flop raiser.
stone
That
dead.
card
In
you are a
tournament,
little bit
cash,
more
I
scared
do-
of.
I do
River
okay, but,
Ace
like, in tournaments,
No,
like,
play, you know that?
in tournaments, like,
also brings a one-liner to a deuce. So Eric right now is hoping that Han somehow has a deuce.
$6,000.
6,000 from Eric. And if you're Han, you're in a really interesting spot because you're asking yourself, why is Eric betting that river ace so much? Brings a one-liner to a deuce. And I'm much more likely to have a deuce than you. So why are you betting 6,000?
10 seconds.
What? Han lets it go.
Yeah, so I was doing my morbid research on valleys. You guys remember the big fire at the MGM?
No.
No, I don't.
Like
I know nothing
75
about this.
people died. It's one of the worst hotel catastrophes.
What year was
Oh,
this?
wow.
What year?
It was like in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
And I was looking at the building and it looked familiar. And I always thought I know the building still exists, but I thought they rebuilt
And
it as
it's
the
now
MGM.
Bally's or something?
It's now Bally's.
Okay.
It's the main tower in Bally's.
music festival, right?
The what?
Talking about the 80s.
Yeah.
No, not
Yeah, they
Yeah,
had-
I had no even hold about this.
yeah. So it's the haunted towers.
Wow.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I thought Bally's was like small. I didn't even know that it was
I
like
think
big.
they have a
Gigantic,
I think
yeah.
they have a giant
Oh,
convention
okay.
tunnel.
It used to be the MGM, and after the fire, they renamed it.
I will be curious what Tolkien's gonna be like, because you're gonna have to go onto the strip actually.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
the nice thing about the
that's-
Rio is
You're
not
big
going
one
on the
there.
strip.
I'm sorry.
Right.
It makes
No,
like
you're
everything
right.
pretty easy.
Very true.
Dude,
yeah.
traffic could be insane
gonna be
on like
insane.
the big days.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the Colossus Day or something, you might have to leave
$100 heads up. Jay,
a good
limp
40
calling.
minutes before, just get down
Yeah, I
the
think
strip.
I won't drive anymore.
Three,
and I'll just,
queen,
I'll just
jack.
fly in, just,
Fives
like,
are still
yeah,
best,
having
but
your car there on the strip.
not a very
Or
good flop for
whatever.
fives.
Yeah.
Jay just lets it go.
I don't know, man. I went there my first trip without a car. It was hell.
I know.
It's like,
I love
Uber's
having
so
a car.
undependable now.
Yeah.
Like
it's
I was
gone
waiting
so
in front of a
much
hotel for
Yeah.
an hour for an Uber.
You just have to like
And-
stay walking distance to Bally's, I guess. Like that,
Yeah.
that's the that would be the play.
I mean, I'm just gonna be at my house.
Oh
so.
yeah, you live there. So,
Yeah, well, easy
I'm
for
gonna have
you.
to drive in.
Yeah.
They have these Ricky strategies.
It might
where,
wreck
like, I live
wreck
there,
it.
it's fine.
It might wreck the World Series.
Right.
A lot of people might not go.
We'll see. I mean, they might figure it out. You could always, maybe they do something like they just get police direct traffic or something. Who knows?
Well, you could park in the back and and escape out the back. I don't think parking will be a big problem.
Yeah, I don't think Tolkien's gonna be an issue. I think they'll have plenty of spaces. I think it's the fact that you have to get on the strip.
Yeah.
That's gonna suck.
Like leading to Bally's will take forever.
Yeah, exactly. Like leaving, just getting to at the beginning of one of the big tournaments is gonna
Yeah.
suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that, like, you can see it when
300 from L.
they have
Jay, the
like, a
only
game
caller.
at T-Mobile. It's just completely
size
shuts
best.
down the traffic on the strip for an hour. And, like,
Well, L turns a straight draw now. Also gives Jay a pair.
6.
And the other piece of morbid history about Bally's is where Tupac was shot.
Oh yeah.
No,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, right there in the corner.
he was shot on the corner by the gas station by Tuscany.
No,
Bally's
no,
is kind of
600 and a call.
down the street a little bit.
Yeah.
Off of Tropicana.
And there it is for L. Nuts on the river.
It's right next to where the Tuscany is.
16.
And we've
It's
seen this
like,
from Jay, where he bets
yeah,
mediocre
yeah.
hands strong.
It is in the area, but it's not
You would think he would,
exactly balanced.
someone typically would check a 9, but Jay has been betting in these situations. Let's see what he does when he gets raised.
Maybe they'll have a Tupac memorial.
It'd be awesome.
That
All
would be
in.
Awesome.
Well, all in, and pretty much an impossible call for Jay to make. Lucky for him, he's well beat.
You gonna show it? Wow. No boundaries.
Yeah, everyone in the chat is saying, "Where's JJ? Where's JJ?" Good luck to JJ. He's still in the main event, day 4. So wish him luck.
Three.
Good luck to him.
Take it.
$300, 4 ways. 8, 9, 10. John, who's a pre-flop raiser, is best here with a 9.
7.
And Eric gonna bet his 8 on the button. Pretty tough situation for John. He's gonna call once. It's a pretty coordinated board. How much heat can you take with middle pair here?
Heads up.
Checked again to Eric. If he bets again, nope, he's gonna check it back. I was gonna say if he bets again, he's starting to turn his 8 into a bluff, but he goes check, check. And just check through to the river, and 9. He's gonna take it.
Right. 12.
Han, 3 betting. Out of the small blind, ace, queen, Eric.
Take it.
Let's go of jack 9.
What are the high rollers that are left first? It's 50K.
Those are 250K on Thursday, and they have a 50K PLO, 100K no limit, and a 50K no limit too.
Wow.
So there's a bunch of stuff in the next 2 weeks. And all, every single one of them's 1 re-entry.
One range.
Yeah. So
Do you like re-entries?
they're fine. I mean, the one thing that kind of sucks is that like.
I don't like them
Late-
because I don't play tournaments, but like I assume that most tournament players do like them, right? That's what they do.
So I mean, they make tournaments tougher because in general it's gonna be.
That's why I don't like
winning
them.
players are gonna be registrable.
Always the good players are.
The
in.
one thing I dislike with like late registering or with rebuys, I wish they would close it earlier because the way it's set up right now,
Yeah,
like late
they're buying
max,
really close to the
max
money.
late
Right.
max late reg is worth a lot of money right now. Like actually,
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
and it's kind of brutal.
Guys who are really good at short stack can
Right.
come in and buy late.
That's
mean,
what I'm
even
saying.
if-
I don't like
even
the.
if you're not, even if you're like not that good,
Yeah.
if like you think you're like a break even player
Yeah.
and you max late reg, like you're gonna make like 10%. Which is
Yeah,
like kinda
just buying
crazy.
in late.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
It's kind of
And you're buying late and you're like 40 people from a bracelet.
Right,
10
right.
people for money.
That's so.
yeah. They
Yeah,
need to do.
it's a really good
I mean,
deal.
the 50K was super insane.
Yeah.
The no limit.
Yeah.
What ended up happening? Part of it was.
Dimension
random,
from John on the
but
button.
Adamo had like legitimately half the chips in play, and it was like 11 pay.
250.
John is
Yeah, it
best
was
with a
like
10.
18 left.
L with a 3.
So like it got like 10 late registry or something, so it ended up being like 12 pay or whatever.
Yeah.
But like the average stack outside of Adamo's stack was like barely a starting stack. So like if you double,
250
Right,
and
right,
a
right.
call.
Yeah.
it was like an absurd situation.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like you probably legitimately made.
Turn is a pretty ugly card for both players.
6K
Goes check, check.
or something
Yeah.
for registering,
And
which is
John
so
rivering trips
crazy.
here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably gonna go for value now when check
They need
2.
to do something that makes like they do it so like Alia does a good job. They make it rate free if you register on time.
Yeah.
WSOP needs to do something that makes it like so people in college to
Seven.
play on time.
The people aren't what?
So people like in college
Oh,
to
yeah,
be there
yeah.
on time.
700
Just
from
like
John.
give a little something back. Or, like,
Pretty tough call to make with a 3 here.
someone
You have to
registers
put
on
John
time,
in
give them,
like
a free meal.
a stone nothing.
I was
Starting
so
from the
open to my
flop.
main event. I've never seen anything like this.
7.
We didn't have enough players to start. We were the last table to get
10
started.
seconds.
And you're 30 minutes sitting there. Tables
Mean
all
straight
around us
draws.
running. You
Yeah,
can't pull
sucks.
one player from
At
another
least make a
table.
pair.
Yeah, it's super
Flush draw
tough.
got there.
You know,
Pairs
like,
beat
like
you.
You have to have 3
Wow.
to stall, and you guys have 2.
Elk
Or you
looks
have
up John though.
You had to have 4 and we had 3. This is nuts.
Yeah, that's so annoying. That's what I'm saying, like, they should incentivize being there
Yeah,
on time.
that's right. And if you're,
Just say if you show up on time that you get like $100 dental comp.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Someone asked, did Wayne play the main event? Oh, I'm not
People-
sure.
You would solve all
Yeah,
those
he has
issues.
better hand and makes me think that I have the better hand.
Mad Benjamin says, evening, Jeremy. Happy weekend. What's up, Mad Benjamin?
I was so mad they couldn't just pull a big blind from
He has
another
a flush.
table.
Yeah, and that seems ridiculous.
King will be
I mean, overall, I will say, like, it's a massive event, and they do a pretty good job, but there's a few issues. And the late registration does make the prize pools a lot bigger, and I don't have too strong an opinion either way.
3. Twelve. Yeah, it's a 12.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said- Never mind.
It's ranging from John. L calls. John outflopping L. 649. And John going for some pot control. Checks back top pair. Turn is a king, and John checks it back again. River is a 7. You gotta think John's gonna go for value now. Even though it is, I mean, it coordinates with the board, but it's just been going check, check, right? So you would think John would go for value here if check 2. L does check it. Wow, 1600. What a unorthodox way to play a hand, and it might work. 1600 on the river, over bet, and L is thinking, what are you representing here with that 7 of diamonds? It brings in the diamond draw. Is it a flush or nothing? Well, we can see it's a pair of 9s. And this is just a spot where John is like 98% sure he has the best hand with ace 9. And he decided this is, you know, the best way to get value is to overbet it. And as it stands, he probably thought if I bet small, I'll get called. But if I bet big, I might get called also. But unfortunate for John, L lets it go, ace high.
Let's see you.
Yeah, take it.
Looks like we're going to have another player joining us.
Can I get,
Once again, welcome. Live at the bike, high stakes Friday. The game's $50, $100, $100 big blind ante. I'll be your commentator, Jeremy Fremlin.
Yeah, I have no clue what this seat situation is. That's why I just didn't say anything.
Yeah, I don't either.
If it's open, obviously you can sit and play. I just have no clue if it'll
Sorry.
resolve.
50.
I know, I guess at least one say.
Were we locked at 7, or is there a seat open?
Yeah, that's what I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I'm sorry? Okay, yeah. A minute.
How much?
3. Okay, someone wants the other seat, or Ryan does.
$300 from Chris. Well, Chris is best here as a preflop raiser with middle pair at 10. Eric is open-ended. Well, Chris is going to like that card. Makes it less likely that someone else has a king in order to beat his 10. 1,000 from Eric. Chris calls. And there is the straight for Eric. Also brings in diamonds.
25.
Yes, that's what happened. Okay.
If you're Chris, that's actually a really ugly card because
Yeah, that's 25.
that brings in a lot of the hands that you were hoping Eric was betting on the turn. Hands like Queen Jack or diamonds.
Okay, so he's first up.
Chris calls though, and Eric is going to show him the straight.
No, officially we don't. I need to know before he sits down. Thank you. So officially we're locked at 7 and he's first up. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, but how cool would it be to own your own Top Golf?
Yeah.
It'd be like, I go, man, that's what I want to, right away I go, this is what I want to do.
This is
with
what
my
I want
life.
to do, right? Yeah.
I mean, they got, the Vegas one has a swimming pool and shit.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
got-
know that.
Yeah,
I've
they-
never.
It's sick, man.
It's connected to the MGM.
They got the
They made it.
coolest screens I've ever seen.
Right.
Like every place. They got like,
Okay, thank you. 300.
J-Dab says, I wonder what poker will be like in 20 years. Well,
I
kind of
actually
a
looked
scary
at the cost
thought.
to build one.
You play poker for a living because 10 years ago, the game was completely different, as in way easier.
That's not that bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Check through on the flop. Jay
575.
with the ace of hearts. It's going to lead out. Has the best hand to go with it.
Did they have one,
They're building one in LA in my city.
Gets through.
I actually went to go see them constructing
Take
it
it.
this week.
Oh, yeah.
It's still on my mind, you know.
The Vegas one has that certain like, atmosphere too, just because it's in Vegas and everyone's there to party.
I heard
It's
the
like-
Vegas one cost $50 million to build.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would expect. The Vegas one would be a
I'm
lot more
surprised
than
it's not whole, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
It has the biggest TV in the world right now.
Is it? I thought it was amazing.
And it's
Yeah,
like-
it's bigger than the
It's like
Cowboys
super
one.
clear and high definition.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sick. Now that he says it's the biggest TV in the world, I knew it was special.
Yeah.
Like both times I've gone there, you can just sit right in front of it. There's plenty of seats available. Yeah, you can.
And it takes up
Drinks,
the entire
drinks and
distance.
food are cheap.
Yeah.
It's awesome, man. Like I want to move to Vegas.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
my top
I have
five.
a great time.
Yeah.
Just going-
Vegas is a
I'm
good
gonna
golf
play
town in general.
Yeah.
No, Vegas is not a good place to make it.
No.
I like Vegas.
400.
I li-
Crazy.
I
Yeah.
like it. I don't live on the strip though. I live in the suburbs.
$400 three ways.
Yeah, it's just so many restaurants. It
The
blows
best
your
food.
mind.
It has to be the
Yeah.
best food town.
It has to be.
I mean, I guess like Paris
John,
or something might be
best
better,
hand with a
but, like,
queen, and Jay
Vegas is
with
so
bottom
San
pair.
Francisco is really good.
And-
but-
Yeah,
but-
San Francisco's a good.
Like I
city.
said, we've
but
seen
it's
Jay
so
bet these
impossible to park there.
middling, mediocre hands
it's
pretty
like New
strong.
York.
I mean, New York's obviously.
See how
a
it
good food
works
town,
out for him this
too,
time.
but
John with a
Vegas
queen.
has everything. Like you want good Asian food, you got it. You want good
It blows your
Italian,
mind.
you want good like French food. Like you can get any type of food you want.
That's right.
John turns a
Just for the
flush draw
food,
to go with
I
his
wouldn't
pair.
mind living there.
Yeah, that's my.
And
that's
here
what
we
I live
go.
in.
John
Also,
or Jay
like,
continuing to
a
bet
lot of different prices.
bottom
Some of
pair.
them
Is
you
it a
can go
bluff or
somewhere
value?
super high, so you can go somewhere, like,
It's hard to
kinda
tell.
cheap and it'll all be-
John calls.
I like that the drinks were affordable. Here in California, they're really
And
affordable.
there's the
People are
flush
getting prices right now. And
for
Vegas,
John.
it's like, oh, wow,
The king of hearts.
$7 for a beer.
John knows
Vegas is
it's the
models,
nut
they
flush.
get drunk, they lose.
And Jay betting bottom pair again.
The
I don't
Rio's,
know how I feel about that.
the Rio's
And
charging $10
the
for a
sizing
beer.
is such
It's
that
nuts.
Or you just play poker.
I don't know. It's a very interesting bet because he bets really small with not a very good
I
hand.
just
So
love
Maybe
it.
it's so gross.
Yeah, I
Are you
busted
trying
out
to
with
get
50K high roller and I go to the
better to fold for
I go
so
to the
small?
bar and figure I'll play a few hands of video poker. Put
kind
my
of
player's card in there.
unsure,
order a
but
beer,
9,700.
and they say no. you
John,
can't
of course,
play
with the
until
nuts,
lights
check
come
raises
to a-
9,700.
I just spent 50,000 on a tournament. I don't get a free drink. You know, I'm here
And,
playing
of course,
video
Jay
poker,
gonna let
and they made
go
me play for like
bottom
10,
pair.
15 minutes before giving me a free drink. I go, this is nuts.
hand. Big one too.
We went to try to go get extra towels from the maid.
You made
And they said 1 towel per customer.
yeah, what are you at?
Yeah.
I got just catch black.
I mean, there's
You're
trash
you're
in the
bluffing.
hallways and stuff. It's such a shitty hotel. Like they're just letting it go, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, like that's like escalators.
I had the queen.
Then
as well.
one good thing about it is you can go up to the top and go to the, you remember the Voodoo Lounge?
I've been
It's
there. It's actually-
abandoned now.
Is it?
Yeah, you can just go up there.
Oh,
And
interesting.
it's all unlocked.
It was actually it was a surprisingly decent steakhouse when it was there.
Oh, no, the steakhouse is still
Oh,
there.
okay,
But
okay.
the lounge on top of that is
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
abandoned. And that used to be a really hot bar.
I was gonna say, I was like, I actually have been to that steakhouse. Was surprised that
No,
the
it's
food
good.
was good,
It's good, yeah.
cause like it's in the video.
300 from L.
I don't think
On
that
calls
place
on the
has any
button.
Good restaurants. I was looking at it.
I have no clue.
Well,
I know of
these
one,
are
but
best, but
The what?
it's hard to know that.
I don't know of any in there, but there could be.
And they don't have anything. The biggest one is Buco de Bebo.
300 and a call.
That's the best restaurant.
I don't think that counts.
Yeah.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn changes nothing. L is going to put in the double barrel here, and you would think this is going to work. Han's still thinking about it though. Wow, Han calls. Pocket threes. Well, river is the 7, brings in 8-10 and backdoor diamonds. And L's going to wave the white flag here. Check to Han. Han checks it back. He's going to win with threes.
Nice hand. You got a bet on this game? You got a bet with your son on this game?
No.
He said no more betting with you.
Yeah. He loves cookies. He loves Vicky's salad door.
He was making so much fun, huh?
Get a hold of one?
So you buy one camera. They should look at it. He's permit.
Okay,
He said
well,
you
I'm
can
here,
go.
so.
Now I can go. You know.
Yeah.
They should permit me.
They wanna know.
Hey, how's it going, Ryan?
Good.
Have you talked to Wayne?
What's that?
Have you talked to Wayne? I guess he's trying to get a hold of you.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I tried. Chris?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't see anything from him.
You,
Should I wait to talk to him before I sit?
Yeah, just in case, yeah. Because I think, I'm not sure if we were locked at 7 or not.
Yeah.
I know you're first up, though. 5.
How much did you stall with?
30, like around.
Okay, okay.
Jay opens with threes, 500. John calls on
250.
the button, and Chris gonna squeeze. King, queen of clubs. 3250, pretty big raise.
Got him.
You got me.
Yeah, he's trying to get
Gets
a hold of
through.
You see Neil has like every chip? right now?
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Neil's, wow. I would've gotten fucked. Well, no wait, you didn't pull him.
115
I don't know
for the
if I would've
collectionist.
I would've flopped well.
I had a really bad hand. I shouldn't have been racing.
What?
Chris Moneymaker has a huge stack too. You see that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
That's hilarious. If he won again, that'd be hilarious.
That would be great for
Yeah.
poker for him to win again.
It'd be proof of the Sims on a reset.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Another broom is coming. That'd be good.
I
If
wonder
a
if
guy named Moneymaker wins 2 main events, I am convinced that it's all just like a play. Like someone's messing with us. We're on the, yeah, we're on the Truman Show.
We're on the Truman, yeah.
That would be amazing if Moneymaker won again.
Yeah, you called me an answer.
300 from Han. Eric defends the big blind.
Or like any of the commerce guys.
I only saw Neil. Nate busted yesterday.
Han checks back his king.
Griffin bagged, but he had like 20K. But he cashed. I don't know if he's still in. I think Jamie's out.
Jamie's out. I know that. Jamie busted the same day as me.
Eric gonna look him up with a 6. River's a queen. You think this is gonna go check check? Yep. Han wins with a king.
Yeah. I mean, if you actually like,
You know one person usually is maybe.
if you think about how many chips you need, it's so insane now. It's like right now, like 2 million is like a massive stack. You need a huge chip leader.
Yeah.
And like to make the final table, you still need like 20 million.
Right.
I don't think anybody who's ever led day 1 or day 2 won the event.
Jamie Gold led day 3 and won the whole thing.
That's right,
So,
but not day 1 and
not
day 2.
day 1
It
and
seems
2,
like
yeah.
a totally different
Yeah,
skill
yeah.
set. You know
Well,
what I
it just
mean?
seems-
Because you got to be so patient.
It's hard to run that good the whole time,
Hell
right?
just
Yeah.
added on 3K.
You know, if you get obsessed with being chip leader in day 1 or day 2, it's like not good for your overall
Right.
longevity.
L added on 3K. Heads up.
300 from John. Jay defends the big blind. Pretty dry flop. 8, deuce, 3.
250.
Jay just lets go. Queen Jack.
I realized I shouldn't be playing Omaha anymore.
Why is that?
When I kept having to look at my cards. You're playing 25K and you keep having to look at your
Yeah.
cards. I go, you know what? This
Like you couldn't
game's not
remember.
for
You
me.
couldn't remember what you had.
Like I always have to double check.
Yeah. That's how I would be because I've never played.
Yeah, I'm so afraid of mucking a winner, or getting the suits right and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and
That
like
was
I
your,
noticed.
so you don't play Omaha then, not that much.
I used to play Omaha, but I must not be. I must have lost whatever. I don't remember
you're,
it being that
You're out
bad.
of rhythm or whatever.
Yeah.
Not used to.
Yellow.
Yeah. Like I was the only guy in those things looking back at my cards.
Oh, I look back at my calls that week.
You do?
Yeah, I look back at my calls more than anyone. I
think-
never remember all my calls.
I don't feel so bad.
Do they make all the Omaha tournaments 8-handed or less? Or,
Yeah, they'll eat it.
like, there's not even like even the 1500s aren't that handed.
They haven't made any of them nice-handed, I don't think.
It's just like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's already ridiculous.
Maybe the 1500s nice-handed, I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't played one, so I'm not sure.
I mean, that's like every card, like 9 times 4 is 36. But then there's like the flop chart record, that's 41 out of
I know,
52 cards.
yeah.
It's like every card is used. You know?
42, because you have 2 bones too.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I just know when you deal big O with 5 cards, you have 4 cards left on the river.
Wow. With six players?
9-handed.
You can't go 10-handed big up. You can deal 10-handed PLO, it's just dumb.
3. Cool.
300 from Eric out of the cutoff. Han getting out of line, out of the small blind. Jack 6 of clubs, puts in 1200. Well, Eric is best with a 7, but Ace King 7 is going to be good for Han's 3-betting range.
14.
1400. Eric continues, and he's well ahead. Turn gives Han a pair, and he's going to continue.
44.
Definitely turning his 6 into a bluff. It's just that Ace King just smacks Hans's 3-betting range and gets Eric to fold the best hand.
Take it.
John putting in the 1500 with ace king out of the small blind.
You want your small?
Does Han want to continue with jack 9? No, he's going to let it go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to back big hands for John. He just 3-bet Han. Last hand, he's going to 3-bet again. Looks like 1,000 this time. And L in the big line with ace king, ace queen of clubs. How is he going to handle this 3-bet? He's going to put in the cold 4-bet.
I don't want to have a card protector at the World Series because I don't want to pick up all my shit after I get busted. Pick up my card protector.
It says that L's 3-betting at 2,500, but we can see the 1,000 there in front of John.
In cash game, you just buy in against the leg.
So this is a cold 4-bet. If you're John, you're loving the situation. And John playing the tricky aces here. The thing is, L does not have much left behind after this, so
He said, you know, I gotta sit there for so many hours. I'm gonna go with the butt cushion.
John thinks there's no rush to get the rest of L's stack in. 1,500. The flop is king 7-7. Pretty much a dream flop for aces. You're only worried about pocket kings here. 1,500 and a call. Turns a total brick, a deuce. If you're L, do you want to go for it here? You have about a pot-sized bet left in your stack. You can see he's drawing dead.
All in.
All in, and a snap call from John. Not what you wanted to see
They're gonna go
from L.
drop it.
And yeah, L's drawing dead, so it's over. John's going to win this hand.
I didn't realize it was right now.
Wow. I thought for sure one of you guys had a 7. I thought you had the 7.
Sounds good. No, I wasn't plugged in all the way.
You had it?
My headset wasn't.
The way you called.
Well, I wasn't gonna fold aces, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
I go, man, he's got a 7 for sure.
I wouldn't fold the king. Like the pot was like already.
Yeah.
big
It's
enough.
good. Hey, maybe just
Oh, they're adding some color now to these winnings chart. Well, with that hand, John moves up to second place. Jay is still the big winner.
Well, if you call, then I raise. You know?
No, I guess he's trying to get a hold of him.
So you won't see it anyway.
He's like, all right, everybody, thank you. Oh, how much
It's king. Ace. Yeah, the flip's ace.
Next turn, you got copy.
Yeah. Back at the back. Yeah. It's back to back. I think it's left.
Next check, you guys copy.
Two times smoother low now.
L added on for 12. L added on for 12.
Somebody you willing to get?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
less chips to lose track of. Yeah. I'm not one of those stack builders.
I don't like the stacks, but yeah. Chris, do you want white or no?
Sure.
300.
Yeah, just however much you want.
You don't have the
I'll
entire
take a
state of
stack.
mind.
Okay.
There is 1,000.
Han gonna 3-bet Jay's under the gun raise 1,000 and a little something for both. Pretty nice flop for Han. Top pair and an open-ended straight flush draw. And look at this.
1,900.
More unorthodox betting from Jay. He's gonna lead out right into the pre-flop raiser with middle pair. 1,900, not a small bet either. And Jay gets rewarded,
2,500.
brings a one-liner to a straight. 9 or ace makes a straight. Jay has the 9. Han with a ton of outs though. King, Jack, or spade. That's not one of them.
$3,300.
Quick bet here, 3,300. And could Han call this? The thing is, the whole table has seen Jay bet these really strange hands the whole way. So would Jay ever bet a worse 2 pair here? A hand like Queen 10 or Queen Jack?
Player shows straight to the king.
Han calls, and Jay's going to win with a 9.
Love that 9.
I love the 9. That's what I hope for.
Jay says he loves that 9.
Alright, 5,200. $400. That's it.
Eric racing the small blind. 400. Jay defends the big blind. Eric ahead here with a pair of 4s.
Is it 500?
Bet and a fold.
You call him 10 of spades comes.
The name is Boots. Oh, my bad. Oh, I know, yeah.
John with aces again.
I make a pretty terrible window, so 3 of them.
300. Eric's going to call on the button 5s.
300 fall.
So $300, 4 ways. John with aces again.
4 players.
Well, not much here for anyone else besides John. Yeah, bet and a fold.
So is the mold that's been discussed on stream? You should just go
No,
back and watch it?
no,
or
I haven't mentioned it.
What are the specifics?
So yeah, when do you have to?
I just have to keep them all until the end of the year, and KO's paying me $5K to have one.
Okay. So
So, I mean,
He
it's almost not
probably
even
thought
really
it
a
was gonna
bet.
be-
I just basically got paid $5K to have them all.
yeah, because he probably thought it was gonna be a lot longer than this. It doesn't look that long.
Yeah, he does want me to cut the sides.
Okay.
He was saying that.
300.
He was saying that's one of his requests about a couple days ago.
Because like the year's
But
almost.
it wasn't
it's almost
really
over
his
again.
request. Sam just kept telling him that he needs to tell me to have a nastier mullet. I don't know. It's gonna be either a month or something. It's gonna be pretty long.
Yeah.
$300 three ways.
So excited.
Eric, gonna take a shot out here with ace high. Chris calls with a 9. Chris was the pre-flop raiser going to check call mode, and Chris turns trip 9s. Well, Eric, River's top pair, top kicker. How does Chris want to play his trip 9s? Does he want to check to induce a bet, or just bet out himself?
500.
500. And the bet is so small that Eric is going to raise his top pair, top kicker for value. Of course, gets snap called by Chris.
So you got like a month more to go, basically?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Nothing changed.
month and a half. I also should go get the sides cut. I should just get one really good mullet photo.
Definitely worth $5,000.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's like,
300.
I don't know. I'm not that like prideful about my appearance, so I can look dumb.
Especially when you have the bag of it. Got paid to do it.
Yeah,
Heads up.
I have had to explain it on a few full states, but otherwise, like you didn't have a mullet in any of your photos. I'm like, yeah, I know.
400. As long as you're
Eric
buying
gonna
the
see
drink,
bet
don't
here.
mind
Ace
Yeah.
4-4. Wow, he bet 400 on ace 4-4 rainbow, and gets called by Han. 7-8 with backdoor diamonds, and there's one of the diamonds.
that. 1100.
$1,100 from Han. Eric calls. Well, the river does not help Han. Is Han going to continue this bluff? If he bet this, well, Han's going to let it go.
This position's in full raise.
I miss that action clock in Vegas. Like, it's so slow sometimes.
The what? They didn't have that. They don't have it in the main though, right?
No,
Yeah.
nothing. You don't have any name.
Oh, you're saying you miss? Yeah.
Yeah, having
You
that.
wish they had it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this one person at my table was sitting forever.
You know, one or two people come to the table and changes the whole dynamic, and then
I agree,
everybody
yeah.
starts taking time.
Yeah.
But I found,
Exactly, because then people start copying that.
That's right.
fast.
And I found, hey guys, you have a problem, like after 30 seconds, I'm gonna call it clock
Yeah.
on everybody, and everybody was cool with that.
Yeah.
and that got the table to speed up.
That's
I know,
good.
like, it's the
Yeah.
last hour of the tournament.
Yeah.
I don't wanna sit here and play 10 hands,
Yeah.
you know? And then they all sped up, but I noticed, like, you get one or two guys at your table who do this drama queen thing of staring each other down, and everybody feels they
The
have to
time
do it.
I went deep on day 6, we were
Limp
getting
pot,
literally, like,
check
6
through.
hands per hour. It
Yeah,
was like
no, it's
all
crazy.
good players at my table, and everyone was taking like 3-4 minutes per hand.
It's nuts, yeah, and then if you play fast, you feel like you're at a disadvantage. or
Right,
something.
right.
Yeah, they need a shot
Chris, who
clock.
bet his or checked his queen the whole way, is gonna bet it for value now.
Especially deep in the tournament, you know. Like,
Yeah, it's so unfair that some
Wow,
people
he
are
gets
playing so much faster.
Called by Jack High.
it's just hard to implement it. Like in the beginning, when there's so many, how would they even implement it? Like,
I think they tried,
Wow,
at one
you know?
point, they tried to do a shot clock in the high rollers or something, and I don't think it went very well.
okay.
Yeah, but.
I mean, they use them in all the high rolls.
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah. Not the WSOP, but
Yeah.
every whale that's not the WSOP
Yeah.
uses a shot clock that pull a 10K off by him.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard.
I mean,
no,
the,
it would
WS,
be fine
the
if-
weirdest thing,
Yeah.
they've used it for exactly one tournament this year in the WSOP,
Which
and it
one?
was the short deck, which
Weird.
is so strange.
Yeah.
Because why would you choose the one tournament where like half the field doesn't know the game? Like, hey, you guys have
Is
the
it really
rules, you
that
have
bad?
40 seconds.
Half the table doesn't know that.
It's a special fucking tournament.
That's so funny. It's funny.
I mean, I really had a guy sit at my table,
Yeah, I got
say,
it.
I don't know the rules. I explained
I
it
heard
to
that
him.
one's pretty bad.
It's not great. I explained the rules to the guy. The first pot, he holds.
Unless the table agrees
Yeah.
you're doing with it,
Yeah.
That's
everyone
not
pays
good interaction.
500.
Yeah,
Then it's good hand.
yeah,
like,
this is
it's
a
all
good
good.
hand.
Then it's a good hand.
Then it's a good game.
I see guys like throw away so much with that hand just pretending they're playing that game.
Right,
You know what I
right,
mean?
yeah.
I'm gonna be cute and bluff off.
Biggest pot I ever lost was.
I bluffed off 30K once playing 7 days.
The biggest, I just lost a pot.
Trying to win
7
$100 bucks.
days.
It's like the
Yeah.
dumbest thing. Like,
You
Yeah,
don't
no.
have incentive, you're doing it.
this is like back when I was an idiot. Like back when I was busting
So
every main
yesterday?
event. Like being, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, 88 days ago or whatever.
Sorry, it's just worth it.
No, I threw it right down the middle for you.
Appreciate it. 3 plays.
$200, 3 ways. Han, pre-flop racer, flops.
500.
Gut shot backdoor clubs. Chris is best with a 10.
Good.
500 and a call. Wow, right on the turn. 9 giving Han the straight, and Han checks it. Chris checks back the 10. River's a deuce. I'm gonna go for some value now. $1,800. Just under pot size. Han's check on the turn might get him paid here. Chris is thinking, what are you representing on the river?
10 seconds.
Well, Chris wisely lets it go.
Did you go to the World Series at all?
No, you haven't.
No.
Alright, how are we doing the collection
No,
today,
why
boys?
not? It's
I was
fun.
saying you should play
Just
the main event. The main event is so
Yeah.
fun. Like it's
Yeah, you gotta try.
yeah, next year. July.
I think it's a waste of time. How are we doing?
Yeah, it is a lot of time.
But if you go deep in the main event, then who cares about the time?
Yeah, exactly.
It's such a rush.
Yeah.
You make it
I
to day
agree.
4, day 5, yeah.
Once you're in the money, it starts to
Yeah.
be really fun.
That's
Yeah.
right.
We're just doing cards left to right for collections?
Yeah.
right? We'll start dealing it in then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You already got it in there.
I never play tournament.
Yeah, like I never
it's the
play.
same
I
game.
play one a year, just the main event.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe you win.
Everybody's thinking that.
Yeah. I think that every year. I'm like, this is the year I'm gonna win.
Whenever I bust, I think
300
about,
three ways.
Let me buy in again.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're so unorganized, they'd let me buy in again.
Right. Yeah.
But then I think, what's going to be the ramifications if I do that? But I'm so bummed out I can't play again.
I know. I'm always
Jay
like
with a
shocked
gut
for
shot.
24 hours
Chris,
that, like, I'm not gonna win.
the
You know,
best
then-
hand with
then
a
I
9.
know, right, and I'm like,
I'm not too shocked, but I didn't win.
Chris is gonna bet his
Yeah,
9.
it's so
Play
logical,
one more
right?
time.
How much? This
Yeah.
is all I
It's
expected.
such a great tournament. You only get to play it once a year.
yeah.
I would play it so differently.
Well,
The
turn
guy,
is a
the
queen.
guy, like, bust, like, cash out
Not a
one
bad
time out of 10
card for
times
Chris.
every
Makes it
time.
less likely.
Yeah. 1 out of 9.
That Jay
1
has
out
a
of 9,
queen.
not
Oh,
10.
nice.
River is a 7.
I think you got to go really
And
deep.
does Chris want to go for value with a 9?
If you went really deep in it. And the main, that's got to be like one of the best moments of your life, right?
It actually wasn't as good as I thought it was gonna be because I don't know, I was really hungry a lot of the days. I was kind of miserable during like the later stages. I didn't plan it out really well. This time I brought
1400, so
snacks
really
and stuff,
big
and then I-
value bet.
But,
Jay
like,
with just 10 high low.
wasn't
Lets it go.
prepared, So should have been more.
What days did you guys enter?
115.
I entered day 1 D, so the fifth starting play.
15.
I did whatever one. I think I was day
Or
one.
sorry, like day 1 F, the 5th starting play.
Yeah, see.
What about you?
I think I played
Me,
on.
goddamn.
I played on
fucking
Saturday.
do the alphabet.
Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know what day it was.
I think I might have been seeing. I don't know.
Why know the alphabet when you can read
Did
it?
you play? Jay?
Nah, I can't sit in the table for too long. I have issues with sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just sitting there, because like baccarat gave me nightmares.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. We used to play like 24, 48 hours on the table.
Yeah.
And it's the worst time in my life. Yeah, you opened
Yeah.
3 nights loom until
mean,
the last
300.
night the loom is untouched. You're on the table.
Jesus. Yeah, I can't do that, man. I'm up more than like 20 hours straight. I feel so bad.
I'm the same way, yeah.
Yeah.
After that, I don't want to stick.
$300, 4 ways.
Need fresh air.
Jack, Jack, 9. John is best with a 9.
400.
$400 from L. It's a pre-flop razor. John calls.
That's it.
Well, the turn is ace, giving L the best hand. He's going to check it back, going for some pot control. Checked again to L, and he's going to go for value now.
1,000.
1,000. And nice quick fold
Now
from
that
John.
Vegas has Topgolf, I want to go more. Because Topgolf is
That is for a
exactly,
while.
it's exactly what it needs. Like, 'cause you're outside, you know, you feel like you're doing something, but at the same time, they bring you your drinks and stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You like playing golf?
Well, you know, I'm because of Topgolf, I went out and bought a set of clubs and stuff. So, yeah, now I'm gonna start
you
playing.
like daytime activities.
Yeah, like, it makes sense. Like, golf's a good combination to be out there.
Vegas, normally
When I
most
go
people
do the
like a
Topgolf,
night-
it's
night
so enjoyable.
activity.
You feel like you're doing something healthy, and at the same time, it's really, because with me, I get that, like, I go to Vegas and never see outside, and,
Right.
you know, never doing anything healthy. And Topgolf was the answer for me. I went twice, 2 or 3
Do you
times.
know how to play?
Golf? Yeah, no, not really. I'm learning. I used to play when I was a kid.
Okay.
But I want to get to where I can go on a course and not embarrass myself. Well, you guys play or what?
And John has picked up so many big hands pre-flop.
I played 10 years.
Oh wow, it's a good game.
He's had aces, queens, ace,
We got a
king,
good course by
multiple
my
times.
house, just a mile.
Oh, I know.
2,400
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
I like that.
from John out of the small blind. Now it's on Han. He's gonna call. He's gonna continue. Ace Jack.
Nicest to LA.
Yeah.
Is that one.
Is the nicest one in LA?
On the south, no, on the south there's Pelican Fields, but That one is
Well,
the
pretty
closest
dry
to
board.
the-
10-6-3
Yeah.
rainbow. Ace king
Seven.
high
I mean,
is still
it's
best.
Still far, but it's already the best.
It's the best, huh?
Best and
1300.
closest, yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna go
really
to the
nice.
driving range there and then go try to play.
I
4400.
think you should definitely have.
Wow,
higher
1800
think
and
so?
Han
Yeah.
It's such a
quickly
wonderful
makes
time
it
to go.
4400.
Huh,
Practicing yourself. is
Not a
not
big raise.
too much.
right. I used to play when I was a teenager, so
And it looks like Han's specifically trying to get John off a better ace high.
you know, so I just feel like I want to go see how I do because it's been 30 years or something.
And it works.
But when I went to Top Golf and could actually hit it, I was like, thank God.
One raise.
Yeah.
Oh,
That one pre-flop, that
you
one
thought
raise.
raise?
But just check, you know, these guys.
You might have played it.
What a play there from Han. Don't really see that often, turning your ace high into a bluff to try to get a better ace high to fold.
No, not that strong.
He's lucky. He's lucky.
It was like 70-50 something. I'm like, what is it?
And they got good courses in Vegas too, right?
There's one right at the wing.
Oh, yeah, I remember. I used to be there years ago.
It's really nice.
Yeah,
500.
and it's a public course, huh?
Yeah. Shadow Creek is the best, but it's not a public course.
Three players.
At the golf
503 ways.
Plus, it's healthy, right? Yeah.
Han is best with the king.
1000. That's it. 3300.
Jay, who check called the flop, now leading out. 3,300. Has a pair and a straight draw now. Oh, excuse me, no, he turned 2 pair for the best hand. Han still with top pair and open-ended. He calls. River breaks out.
4500.
4,500 now from Jay. And you can see Jay or Han nod his head. Like, why me? Why does Jay keep making these hands against me?
35, right?
Well, fishes 8 and 7.
Jay calls. Or excuse me, Han calls.
Lucky guy, lucky.
Jay gonna show him bad news.
It looks too pretty.
It is pretty.
Yeah, it looks too
So that's
pretty.
2 really big
I'll
pots
tell you something about buying and
that
laying.
Jay
I heard of this guy who
outturned
binds at
Han
night,
in.
buying and late,
Saw that hand
and
earlier
counting forever on every hand.
where Jay had queen 9
Yeah,
and
really
turned
brutal
a
strategy.
straight,
He cashes and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
and Han paid him off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's, there's some kinks that
Yeah.
tournaments need to get worked out, but in general, tournaments all still really fun right now. And
No, you're okay. Yeah,
I know
but you
they,
was
they're like the best
I don't
form
know.
of public
I never know
poker
unless I'm in the
available
hand.
at the
You know?
moment.
Unless I
They're the what?
The
See
best
how-
form of
see how I
public
feel, you know, when I'm
poker
in
that's
the hand.
available at the moment.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. Overall tournaments, I think are pretty fun.
Yeah.
$300. $1200.
Eric, 3-betting out of the big blind, ace king. Chris can defend his open. Well, there's the ace for Eric. Ace 7-9. Chris,
2000.
gut shot and backdoor hearts. $2,000 and a call. Well, there is a club. Is Chris gonna take a stab at it now?
4,500.
4,500. And a call from Eric. Let's see if Chris continues on a brick river. River's a 7. Eric checks, and if Chris bets this, he's representing clubs, basically. Clubs are a full house.
One second. 12,500.
12,500. And the whole show long, Chris has been playing very solid. We haven't seen him get out of line like this all show long. So this is going to be a tough call for Eric. But just as I say that, Eric quickly calls. About, what, less than 10 seconds. Wow. I mean, with the ace of clubs out there, I guess Eric may have thought there's not many
C1 betting on 25.
2-club hands that Chris can have there. The ace of clubs was out there, the 10 of clubs was out there. So that's queen jack of clubs, king queen of clubs.
25,000 for C1.
Not very many hands that open and call a 3-bet with 2 clubs and then left over.
300.
No 9. This time no 9. For real. I don't lie. No 9.
300. $600.
Jay betting the king of hearts here. 10-3-8, all hearts. John holding on with top pair. River is a 6, brings a 1-liner to a straight. And Jay just can't help himself. He wants to bet even though he rivered a pair.
1,500.
1,500. Pretty tough call here for John. Oh wow! I really thought John was going to call there. He had the calling chips in hand.
I didn't have a 9 either. If I had a 9, I'd call.
Do you believe the man or his tendencies?
Seattle's gotta be miserable to golf in, right? It's cold, right?
Yeah,
It's so rainy.
Yeah, it rained.
Rainy,
How
yeah.
can you golf?
It's not a really good sport for Seattle.
They got top, they have top
Could be
golf
tough.
too.
They do got Top Golf? Oh, so you've been to Top Golf? That's nice.
Seattle is for sad people living there, writing good music.
500. Not wrong about that. 500. Yeah. $1,200.
1200 from Jay. Han, only 9 high. Let's it go.
$300. $1,500.
$1,500 from Han out of the small blind. Called in 2 spots. Well, there's the king for Han. King 10 deuce. Not much for L or J though. Let's just go bet fold.
2,000.
Yeah, bet and 2 folds.
Should make that mandatory. Every time you throw in the ante, you gotta go deal.
How many people do you think will play this 250, Chris?
What?
How many people will play the 250K?
I think we'll get like 40 entrants. Yeah.
What do you think for the 50K?
50K will get it. I don't know. 50K, this one being a rebuy will help it. Oh, the last one was too. I don't know.
Oh, it's not a it's not a rebuy.
No, the 50K is a rebuy. A little bit of like 80.
2,000.
$2,000 from John out of the small blind.
You have like 40,000 or something?
35 now.
Okay.
Chris thinking about it here in the big blind with 6-7 of clubs.
It's 5,500.
And Chris putting in the cold 4-bet. 5,500. And Han still hasn't folded. He's got King Jack of Hearts on the button.
It's 12,400.
Unbelievable. What a boss move by Han. Puts in the 5-bet with King Jack of Hearts. John insta-mucks. Now it's back on Chris. Could Han just not be buying it that Chris woke up with a hand of 4-bet so soon after Chris got caught bluffing Eric? Could Han think that Chris might be on a little steam here? Chris calls, and Han put over half his stack in pre-flop, so here we go. Well, King 6-3, both of them pair up, and you're not going anywhere if you're Han and you put in this much money and you flop top pair. So all in
I'm probably folding. I just want to get a count.
from Han.
On the one hand.
Does Chris want to call with a 6?
Almost 12, I think.
Even though I really don't want it.
Looking at 18.
Or sorry, hold on, I said that really weird.
12.
It's 11,
11,
8
8.
even.
Okay. Yeah, definitely a difference.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Just under 12,000 for Chris to call. I mean, if you think your 6 and 7 are both good, you're getting
Once or twice. Okay.
yeah, just about the right
One or two
price.
times? Once?
Gonna run it one time. So here we go. It's the biggest pot of the show so far, and King Jack is gonna win a $50,000 pot.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you win if I could beat that. Nice one.
Ace deuce will be good.
I think it is crazy.
And Jay is still the big winner. Wow, Jay, I guess, you know what? There's been so many hands that Jay has been involved in where he has a mediocre hand and he bets and gets called and wins. He's done it multiple times. So kind of quietly, Jay is a big winner, even after Han won that massive pot.
Red deck. Banter. Hello.
I need to get chips.
How much fine?
I'm gonna book 50 more one
15?
50.
50. Okay, Chris is gonna add 50K. 50K on. You want me to call chips for you?
Yeah, I have to get
55 0. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have the blue deck or red deck?
I don't want it.
3. Please.
Probably had the best hand, man. I fucking
I'm gonna take that one.
What's all the? I don't know. I have 7, 6, 12. 6 on.
Was it 12 on the
Han raced this up. He's gonna check it back and turns 2 pair. L still with ace high. He's gonna let it go.
8. Three.
I'm pretty sure this one worked out.
It's pretty bad.
Can I get a 50 for this spin?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
You guys got a sword or you still need it?
Huh?
You guys still need it or you got sword?
I think Marvin's coming. He gave me a thumbs up. And
Yeah, I talked to him.
Yeah.
Sure. Alright, cool.
cool, thanks. Ooh, sorry.
Not good, not bad.
Second
Jack
chance,
spades
always
equals.
good, right? Got a second chance.
250. Raise. 7.
Jay gonna put in the squeeze. King queen from the big blind. Not a very big raising though. 700 from 250. Gets called in both spots.
Chris has got 50,000 behind.
Well, there's a set for Chris. And
13.
how do you want to play it against Jay, who has shown propensity to be betting middling hands on the flop, turn, and river? Do you want to raise now or let him continue to bet?
Raise. 45.
He's going to raise now 4,500. And Jay did not connect with the board at all. Gonna let it go. Kind of unlucky there for Chris. He just got caught being out of line in 2 massive pots.
Storage unit. That's your business?
And when he finally hits a set, he gets very little action. Always annoying when you get looked up when you're out of line. And when you have a set, they fold.
Were you mainland China or Hong Kong?
Someone asked, why only 6 players? I think those 2 empty seats are locked up for players that will be joining us. So 6-handed now, but hopefully not for too long.
I'm just trying to clear him away from this spot.
And now Chris has aces. $300 and called in 3 spots. And top set now for Chris. Ace 9-3. Jay with a flush draw. And Chris checks it over to Eric. Unbelievable. How did Chris know that Eric was going to bet here? 600 and a call, and you got to think Chris is going to raise now. You have top set, so there's a very good chance someone has hearts because you block everything else. 2,000 from Chris and snap call from Jay.
Heads up.
The turn is a 9. Chris has the hand locked up now. How much value do you go for here on the turn?
I like it. So my uncle and aunt, my mom's
15.
family was there, so they were
1,500.
I think, yeah, I forgot. It's not Kowloon, I don't think. It's,
Wow, and Jay just lets go of his flush draw. That's really surprising.
Chris has 50,000 behind, 50,000 more coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just waiting on chips.
Yeah, I've called chips a few times. They've
I
been
mean,
on
Chris
top, but,
made
I
that
think
small
he's
bet
handling something at ETH.
to make sure that Jay would not fold anything he called the flop with. But Jay folded anyway.
But yeah, simple. Reset.
$300 from Chris, so I think Chris has raised like 3 or 4 hands in a row. Just gonna see bet and take it down. 300 from Han on the button. Chris defends. King, queen, queen.
Three.
Very little for Chris. He's just going to check fold.
Three. Thousand. Can I get purple?
1,000 from Han.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
J defense is open. Queen 4, so he's dominated. May not matter. 3, 5, 10, 2 spades.
1,000.
Well, 1,000 and Jay's going to let it go.
Figure. We get chips for seat one?
Pretty sure that's a pretty bad one.
7 deuce, 5 deuce, 8 3.
Oh,
Had been the nuts least once, right? Kidding.
yeah, they have an idea, but. Thank you. Yeah, that would be great.
And looks like
Thank you.
Chris just handed the floor man there a giant brick of cash. He's going to add on more, I'd imagine.
Three.
$300 from Han. 2 pair for Han. Jay. And here we go. His MO leading out with bottom pair.
2,000.
He's going to get raised. Han with 2 pair. The thing is, Jay has led out with a lot of weak hands, but every time he's gotten raised, they've had a better hand. He's never gotten bluffed raised
Figure.
off of betting bottom pair.
Can I get the collection? It's 115.
And I'd say that's the biggest worry is when you routinely lead out in strange spots with like bottom pair or middle pair. The train wreck scenario is when you get bluff raised. If you know your opponents are only going to raise you with better hands, it makes the play much more reasonable.
Three.
300 three ways. Eric, best with the ace. Chris and Han both with gut shots.
6.
600 from Eric.
6. Yeah.
Called 2 spots. Turn is an 8. Han is double gutted now. Eric's still ahead. Eric checks it back, and there's the straight for Han.
$15, $60, $60.
1,500. And is Chris going for raising chips? No, Chris folded, but Eric is going to look him up. Oh, you know what? Eric also has a straight with a 6. So it's straight over straight. Totally reasonable call there from Eric.
No, I guess, yeah, I guess he's first up. Because Harry's supposed to come, I guess.
I don't
I
know.
don't know where he is yet.
It's unusual that he's not here already. Feel like he's canceled. 4. Erase. 21.
Should call that.
Han 3-betting out of the small blind. Ace 3 hearts gets through.
Planning on.
You guys know if Harry canceled? I don't think so. Do they want to sell the seat? I'm sorry? Yeah, so do you know if Harry canceled and if he's good, do you want to sell the seat? Do you want the pick? Alright, yeah, let me know. Well, they asked about Ryan taking the seat since, I don't know. 3. Yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
At least you didn't have some hand play.
Yeah. Every hand.
You can ban every action. Oh, action. Right on.
Poker's all about timing. I got the right hand at the right time.
Yeah.
Can't reduce these.
Three.
$300 from Eric. $300 4 ways. Oh, excuse me, 3 ways. King, Queen, 3, top 2 for Eric.
South.
And Han with top pair. This could be expensive for Han. The way the game has been playing, you would put a lot of value into top pair. Did Eric check? Nope. 2200.
22.
Quick call from Han. River is a jack. Still a green light to get some value, I would think. Just how much does Eric want to bet here?
Sounds like it. $7,000.
7,000, so pretty big bet here on the river, just under pot size. This is actually a pretty tough call now for Han. Eric was a pre-flop raiser. Everything that Eric bets for value beats you, so
Sounds like it.
what is he bluffing with? It's hard to think of any bluffs here.
Okay.
It's king, queen, 3 rainbow. Yep. Han wisely lets it go.
I have a king.
He's not a king, so I have to lay down.
Got a king. Got a king now.
I had a king too. Yeah,
Yeah, over here.
up to it.
Up to it. Got a king 9.
Hero's dying up.
Three.
$303 ways. Wow, I mean, check through. There's some pretty
6.
strong hands here, though. Han, top and bottom pair. Eric with a pair and a straight draw. 600 on the turn from Han. And the river is a 10, giving Eric the best hand. One liner to a straight, though. And it's going to go check, check.
JJ upstairs?
Huh?
No, JJ's in the World Series of Poker. I hope he never comes back. I hope he wins like $10 million. And
Only
we
8
never see
million
him
this
again.
year. Only
8 million. That'd be funny, and we just never see him again.
Yeah.
How many players this year?
He's like,
6,000, like 650, I think, something like that.
In LA, when you gamble, you still come to buy.
you think so?
Still, there's not too many good places.
Three. The last time you went to Hong Kong, how many years ago?
It was 2020.
250.
Wow, action flop. king, jack, 6. Chris with a pair and a flush draw, and Eric with top 2. And both of these players are deep.
Haven't been since then.
Turn is a 7, changes nothing.
Yeah, he has a lot of good pieces.
Check to Eric. How much does he want to bet here? 2,500. Chris calls. Well, the board does not help Chris. Eric's still ahead. I imagine Chris is going to check it over. And we'll see how much Eric wants to go for. Oh, excuse me. No, Eric is first to act, so Chris is not checking. 8,000 from Eric. Quick fold from Chris. Things haven't been going Chris's way. We saw Chris try to bluff off Eric. Off of ace king after Eric paired his ace. He got called. We saw Chris put in a cold 4-bet. And Han, just out of nowhere, puts in the 5-bet with king jack of hearts and ends up winning that hand. John with queens, who has had so many big hands pre-flop, 300, gets called 2 spots. Well, here we go. 4-9 deuce. Jay has got to be loving his hand right now. We've seen him lead out with way worse hands than this. Han lets it go, and if you're John, John's definitely not folding, but do you ever raise for value here? You can put Jay in almost exactly what he has, a pair leading out. Just a matter of which pair. And he does. 1,500 and a snap call from Jay. And if you're John, I think you can still go for more value here.
3,000.
3,000. And Jay lets it go. Yeah, so apparently one of those seats is locked up for Harry. I'm not sure where he is.
Does C.A. James play the main event, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, he's played it every year for the last 20 years.
Really?
And he didn't play it this year.
Wow.
Which I
He's out of
think
town. He's out of town.
he has some big business he's working on, you know, with his business. So yeah, he's out of town. But, I had a last longer bet with him and backed out last night.
What's he beating this?
I think he's some kind of investment thinker.
300 and a call. Pretty good flop for John. John checks it over to Jay, who bets. Jay just with the naked 6 of diamonds doesn't have much else going for him here. So John's going to check call mode, letting Jay blast off.
Looks like amethyst.
Yeah, it's amethyst.
Turns a 3, changes nothing. And Jay shutting it down, checks back the turn. John going for some thin value here, 600.
How many people would sign
Jay
up for
quickly
the World
folding.
Series?
How many did you say?
8,000. I didn't think about the bet before I did it, because I didn't know that the Euros couldn't.
Right. Well, they were able to come now at the last second.
Almost got there. It got to like
Oh, like
6,800.
we got 68, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
6,800. So it got close.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't that unreasonable.
Yeah.
Small one, please.
I was thinking about this recently. I think it'd be cool if they raised the buy-in to like 20K or 15K. I know it probably wouldn't because it would knock out a bunch of people, but like, imagine having like a 20 million first place. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Because it's been 10K since 1970, you know. So it's like,
Yeah.
but I guess they probably just want to appeal to
Only
more people.
1970.
Yeah, 1970. It's been or whatever. 1970 they voted I think for the first one, but then
Right.
everyone after that has been 10,000.
The CPI is high, so it should.
They need to raise that
Yeah.
buy-in on the seniors event. They got the seniors and they got the super seniors, and they're
Right.
both $1,000.
Yeah, raise it to like
300 three ways.
10,000. Make it $10,000 one. Who's
Well-
got all the money? The seniors got all the money.
Right,
You know what I mean?
but a lot of them probably don't have that much. I don't
We
know.
have the regular one, and then you have the super seniors, and have a $10,000 or $20,000 buy-in.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you could just do a senior high roller, you know?
Yeah,
for
senior
10K.
high roller.
Yeah, you know,
I'm
why
not
not?
even
Why
trying to
not?
s-
They have a
yeah.
high roller everything, you know? Make a senior high roller.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I think they're really missing out on that one. I noticed,
Right.
because I played, after I busted the seniors, I played in the high roller.
Checked all the way to the river.
Yeah.
Chris betting 1,000 here.
Right.
Wow.
Just wanna play some.
Did Han call?
5K.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, if you look, you know, like,
No, Han folded.
most of the money is owned by the older people.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, on average, yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about
Doesn't make any sense.
whether they will ever raise the main event 10K entry.
And you got, like, way too many people in that thing.
Probably not.
I
I
guess
think
they
the
need
only
to, like,
way
there's like a
that will
bunch
ever
of-
happen is if the organizers think it will get them more money.
The World Series in Las Vegas, yeah.
As it stands, it probably wouldn't. So they're not
Unbelievable.
going to do it then. It's that
Yeah,
simple.
they'd be in big trouble if they were moving the Vegas to Reno.
7.
That's when you know they're in big trouble.
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
They used to have a bike show in Vegas called Interbike, and right before they closed it, they moved it to Reno. I go, oh man, this is not gonna last long. How much?
7.
Ah, I'm out.
Jay with 2 kings here. Really big raise, 700. We haven't seen him raise like this the whole show. So if I was observing or at the table, I would put him on a pretty good hand.
15.
1,500 now, really big bet. And Han calls. Han with a 0 hand, drawing dead now. I guess he just does not believe that Jay has a good hand. I mean, Jay bets the turn. This bet on the turn should not be too surprising because this is the way we've seen Jay play the whole show. Just bet, 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 bet. So what do you do now on the turn? Well, Han lets it go.
Did Garrett play his main event?
No, he didn't play. He just didn't really feel like playing.
I think I got drunk texted him one night and tried to get him to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He usually plays, but I just
Yeah.
think he wasn't feeling it this year.
I mean, even if you're not feeling it, you can go there and just gamble on the first day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can't go wrong.
I love it. I'll play every year.
Yeah, but you could just go like and just really screw around the first day and either get a million chips or.
Right.
Yeah. It is a commitment to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
You know,
Now I
especially
go
it's hard to
Vegas,
get a hotel
51
during that
always
week. and-
before food, at that
Yeah.
one hand, 1,000 on backer.
Purple
The
necklace?
wings, just eat it.
Yeah.
No difference, but still, just can't sit in the gambling table too long.
I'm big blind, right?
No, he bought.
Oh.
You're okay.
So I'm opening.
Yeah.
Are you?
What's that?
You said that you're opening.
3.
It's like a
Thank
convention where all the poker players meet once a year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like summer camp or something.
Yeah, it really is. It really feels like
Yeah.
It's a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ante.
I hope it doesn't change much when they move it to bellies.
Same.
I
I
think
want
it's
to
gonna
be
be
good. I
good
hope it's
still.
better, either better or the same. You know,
Yeah.
like.
Are you going to poker camp this year?
Poker camp.
Yeah. It's harder to book a hotel.
It's really hard to book
Yeah,
a hotel
yeah.
during the series.
Well, there was also like Rolling Stones console that was like last weekend.
Right.
Oh.
And
The second-
EMC was there.
Yeah, like
So
As long as you gamble, you always go
well,
to
yeah.
casino.
But then when it overlaps with
Yeah,
other
yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
it's simple.
Anywhere, any
Yeah.
casino. Every casino.
300 from Chris. Jay, defensive big blind. Chris checked it back. Rivers or turns top pair.
Yeah, yeah.
7.
And Jay gonna lead out strong with his stone nothing 9-6. Chris calls. And Chris, runner's full house.
11.
And Jay 1100 now. I mean, it's definitely not going to work, of course, Chris with top full house, but this is what makes Jay so hard to fold against is sometimes he'll bet and then just bet again no matter what.
The board's pretty
So it's
strong.
really hard to fold too when you have, you know, a hand that was good on the flop and then maybe it got scary, but if you know Jay's just going to keep betting, it doesn't matter what cards come, it just makes it more difficult to fold. What's up, Sandy Joy? Is your stream not working correctly?
$900.
And here we go. John with 2 10s. L this time with 2 aces. And we saw earlier L put in the cold 4-bet against John's aces and get stacked. This time L has aces. Well, this flop could get L paid 5-5 deuce. Pretty much the nuts here for pocket aces.
6. 7.
I mean, also a good flop for John with 2 10s. So how much is John going to lose here? Deuce on the turn, so the board is double paired, but still you're pretty confident with pocket aces here. John is not going to show up with a deuce or 5 here very often. L checks it back though. Checked again to L. He's going to go for value. The problem
25.
as far as getting paid here is that king really is an ugly card for John to call with. L's hand looks a lot like ace-king now, more than aces. John still beats hands like ace, queen, ace, jack. And John is going to call. L shows him the bad news.
you guys feel about a round of straddles?
Yeah.
Post? I'm hoping I get dealt 7 high again. And then I can get all my money in.
Alright, thank you. They're gonna do a round of straddles.
So you guys have any good meals in Vegas?
Trying to think. Actually, I didn't. I was only there a few days. I missed day 2, and then yeah, didn't eat that well. I didn't go out one time actually.
Huh. Oh yeah.
I mean, besides like fast food or something.
Of course. Can't skip it. You can't skip
I didn't
the
go to
Taco
like a
Bell.
nice restaurant.
The Vegas Taco Bell's real nice.
Yeah.
I mean, they have Raising Cane's there aplenty, which
I went to Chick-fil-A for the first time. I'd never eaten Chick-fil-A.
It's over.
It's actually. Oh, you think it's over? I thought it was pretty good.
I mean, it's fine.
it's overpriced to be sure.
Yeah, I don't ever eat it. And, yeah.
600.
It's a good option when everything's full, right? You're gonna break.
2100.
John, 3-betting. A6 off. Blind versus blind battle. Holland, let's go up King 8.
2, there's a 7. What do I got?
Hi, it's everyone. Well, 我说你每轮都付。
My third time?
Third time?
Yeah. Twice.
I've won.
Yeah, I've done it
So it's just
twice
you and me.
now.
I've
Yeah.
won and you
Yeah.
three.
What can I say? I like you guys.
What?
I said I got lucky.
You're
I
winning.
should have paid. Chris, you were going to Raising Cane's in Vegas?
Yeah, I've been to Raising Cane's.
Not that it's like specifically going special
No,
like
but
that, but
the
I kind
sauce
of
is pretty good.
yeah. Also, it's like I dig the kind of in and out approach of like, look, we do one thing.
Yeah.
We nailed it. No need to improve.
Yep.
I like Cane's.
Yeah. Oscar 2. 500. Three plays.
500 3 ways. Ace high is best.
1000.
Eric's going to continue. 1,000. Hans got overs. Gut shot. Back. Oh, no, backdoors. No backdoor flush. His overs in a gut shot. He's going to raise immediately. Kind of repping that flat calling range. 7-8 deuce.
No, good.
Saying I can show up with more strong hands here than you, who was the pre-flop raiser.
That's a ball you want.
A lot of jaw.
No straddle.
I'm just kidding.
Jacks will be. That's a ball
Eric
you
can
want.
straddle.
He will pay if he doesn't hit.
Maroon Poker says King 8 should defend blind versus blind. He's talking about that hand earlier where John 3-bet the big from the big blind against the small blind. I mean, it's pretty close. I would say that'd be not totally unreasonable, but a pretty light defend, especially when you're out of position with King 8 off. Be so tough to play against, especially against John. I mean, Han might be thinking he can just pick his spots better.
Three plays.
3-9-8. John is best with an 8. Eric, who was the straddle, bets his 3. Check, check on the turn. River is a 9. Eric, who checked his king on the turn, is probably going to call the river if John bets, but he goes check, check.
Three pair. Yeah, 3 pair. That's a lot of pairs.
I got hand.
I like flopping 3 pair when I was in Omaha. It's like I got all the bluffers. I don't know if it's strong or not, but
You know,
When you- I had the 3
you were
pairs.
facing on a straight.
I don't know why. Whenever I had 3 pairs, somebody would jam against me.
Jay-Z, you're the
Yeah,
straddle.
I don't believe you.
They're gonna have
And
a
they-
straight, you know. Or like double gallop,
Yeah.
triple gallop.
Chris has that 3-betting look, but he just calls.
Oh, no, it's this way. Right.
Three players.
So 500 3 ways. Well, nice flop for John. Nut flush draw. Jay with middle pair. And just like we've seen him do many times before, he's going to bet his middle pair. Now, if you're John, do you raise this or just call? Just a call. And what an action card on the turn. 3 of diamonds giving Jay 2 pair and John the nuts.
1,500.
1,500. John with just a call. Ooh, what an action killer. River is a 5, counterfeiting Jay. So Jay's going to check it over to John. How much is John going to bet?
$4,700.
4,700.
See the river. Even the river.
And Jay's saying, what a river.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Little does he know that John had it on the turn.
Yeah, I hate that.
We called 100% of the time. It's not,
Raise 500. $1,600.
500 from Chris, 1,600 from Jay out of the big blind. Chris with a quick call.
That's it.
Well, Chris outflops Jay. King 8-5.
2,500.
2,500. Turn is the 7, giving Jay the nut flush draw.
4,100.
And a quick 4,100. Chris calls. So here we go to the river. 16,000 in the pot right now. The river is a 6. So Jay breaks out, brings a one-liner to a straight. And Jay is just going to give up. Chris is going to take it down with a jack.
I rather got a 9.
I was scaled, man.
Yeah, I was just
You
surprised.
don't have the 9.
I bet on you, call.
Depends how big you bet. If you bet small, I call. If you bet big, I might not call.
That big, now I call.
All in, he called.
I probably fold to the all in. I'm gonna.
You're just gonna hear your inner monologue. He's got a 9 again.
Yeah, probably.
Raise 500. $1,600.
Wow, Han 3-betting 7-5 off. And he flops a pretty good flop for him. 4, 6, 7.
3,000.
3,000 and a quick fold from Jay.
Would you guys want to keep it going or? What?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'd rather do
No worries. Yeah. Let's. Are we all around that? Okay.
I'd rather do like once in a while.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Say again? Yeah, they're doing some number of off and on. I'll let you know when things are done. Raise to 300.
2 kings for Chris. And looks like Han's going to 3-bet his 10s out of the small blind. And not a small 3-bet either.
1,900.
1,900. Now these two players are very deep. Does Chris put in the 4-bet here?
Raise 5,000 straight.
5,000 from Chris. I remember earlier, Han put in the 5-bet with King Jack of Hearts. And Chris called with 6-7 of clubs. I'm sure they're both thinking about that hand. Han calls, so just about 10,000 in the pot. 6, 8, 9. Not a very bad flop for 10s here. You got your overpair with a gut shot. Chris checks it back, going for some pot control. It is a pretty coordinated flop. But Han quickly checks it again on the turn.
$6,000.
6,000 from Chris. Han calls. 4 of clubs on the river, pretty big brick. I think Chris is going to go for value here on the river. Just how much? you're value betting to target all the pairs smaller than kings. So tens, jacks, queens.
10 seconds. $25,000.
25,000. Chris has got to be putting Han on specifically tens, jacks, or queens, and he feels this is the best bet for those range of hands.
10 seconds.
Now it's back to Han. I mean, it's a pretty tough situation. I mean, Chris is repping a bigger pair than you. Of course, that's what you're worried about. But does he have any bluffs here? Does he ever bluff ace high here? This is what Han is thinking about. I mean, Han may be thinking the overbet on the river is so big that he wouldn't bet this much with just an overpair, which may make him want to call more. We can see that he is overbetting the river with an overpair. And Han makes the call. So that is the biggest pot of the night so far. And just like that, yeah, $72,000 pot goes over to Chris. And maybe this is the start of some comeback for Chris.
Not gonna penalize somebody by a fraction of a second. I feel like it's just as likely that I probably clicked the button too soon to or whatever. So it's really easy. Nope. Where is it?
$303 ways. Threes is best right now, but it's pretty bad flop for threes. Han's gonna bet it and take it down.
That big pot, or we need a small pot.
Poker is swinging down, down.
Almost a sheep. No, how pot did it turn? Doesn't matter much. Yeah, he's good. It's the same. Yeah, it's the same. That could have been good. Yeah. About half the time you're good. Not that time. The flop is very good for me.
I was a little scared of the flop.
Yeah.
I was pretty happy with the call. The call made me feel better.
300.
Will you please?
You just thought he wasn't gonna fall.
Yeah.
Nines is dead.
Oh yeah, that part was terrible for me.
1300.
I got,
I really am playing the swing as 51 session of all time.
Are you gonna go buy in for a 250K high roller? What's 1,500,000?
Depends if he wins or not.
Yeah. So once you get there and you start blowing that much money on buy-ins, everything's relative.
250K buy.
This game
I
feels
can't
small.
even like imagine.
Yeah.
Small blinds 50.
I do like a 25K. That's good.
My big one is I could go play the high roller, 50K, or I could go play Mount Everest, about the same price.
One of
Everest
those,
is
one of those can kill you.
I mean, I
Yeah,
do
the
the
250. Might have to kill yourself.
I'm not- I'm not-
250K.
I'm not climbing Mount Everest, so I'll do the 50
300.
before I do that.
I know, it's only 60K to climb Mount Everest.
Wonder which one has a longer line.
I don't know if people pay me 60,
1,050.
I will go or not.
Yeah, I would have to get paid I think I'd have to get paid to climb Everest. I was super obsessed with it as a kid. And like, I've read a ton about
Chris, 3-betting Han
Super
on the
cool
button,
because
ace
it's
jack.
such a sick thing.
Right.
But it's like also just terrifying.
Han
It's
defending.
not like my cup
Yeah.
of tea.
Looks like it could be horrifying.
Yeah.
Well, really dry board. Queen 6-6. Nothing here for Han.
$600.
600. And wow. Han's reaching for raising chips.
2,500.
And you see this all the time where your small continuation bet induces a raise.
Yeah, we
And we've seen
at this point.
Han
Kind of messed up.
attack these small raises or these small bets with check raises, and both times it worked.
He's like, he's not coming. Maybe I'm wrong.
I like it like this. More hands.
I mean, yeah.
600 is the
6 is
best.
good. I think 6 is good.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Alright, we can leave it 6 then.
because it still feels like full ring, but you get way faster.
I just always feel bad at locking people out, but I do agree 6 is way more fun.
300. That's it.
300 from Chris. Jay calls. $500 and a quick call from Jay. Turn is an 8. Check, check. And now Chris Rivers the best hand.
1,100. Call.
1100 snap call from Chris.
Wow, you got it.
Yeah.
He's making it look easy.
I'm running hot now.
Hey, I'm gonna go bet baccarat.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, Jay says I'm gonna go do back row.
Oh, yeah, no, baccarat.
Double up, come back. Double
Yeah,
up.
if it's junking here, come back.
Good luck.
I'm kidding about that, Brad. I thought he was
I thought he was being sarcastic for a second there.
I had no doubt he was serious.
I had just enough for a few hands of back.
Yeah. I was like, I was
Maybe
very
he'll
sure
be back
he
in
was
10
being
minutes.
serious.
Twice as much money.
Only twice as much? Alright, so it's going to be 2 big blinds. It's going to be 100, 100.
Yeah.
100 more.
100 more.
We're both the big buy, and then yeah, it'll fix itself.
So, yeah, it's 2 bigs. And then Jay-Z went to go play baccarat.
Low balls.
Raise the 300. $1,100.
Han putting in the 3-bet. King queen from the small blind.
Really bad.
Gets through. I am gonna take a small break. I'll be back in a moment.
You guys.
Or 850, I think.
mean, our dealer's good, great dealer. The World Series of Poker dealers were like,
It's very hit and miss.
Yeah.
There are some really good ones, but
300.
you get some really bad ones.
what was scary is playing high-low, PLO high-low.
Oh, yeah, well, they
and
can't-
they can't do the math.
They can't read the hand. That's
Yeah,
another
it was
issue.
nuts.
It's an insane hurricane to deal.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm on.
Because there's quartered pots and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't wish that upon anybody little ones. Me just learn how to deal.
Oh,
the-
man, it was
That's
tough.
I usually am understanding and like I get it, especially in like unusual games like the short deck. Like a lot of people have never dealt that, so I get if they're a little confused.
Yeah.
The one that kills me is the deals that just don't try. So I had a PLO hand.
6.
I bet pot in the middle with a bluff, and actually it was one of my friends called and had less than pot, and the dealer just starts taking my stack,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
Not paying attention.
you need to count the stack. Like I don't think he has full pot.
Right.
And she like counts the stack, and then we're like, well, how much is in the pot? And she's like, she's like, you figure it out. And I was like, no, like that's not how this goes. This isn't I figure it out.
Overkill.
Yeah, you didn't pay this much juice. It's
Yeah, she
Let
literally
a
just, she
dealer
really
to do
told me
their
you
job.
figure it out.
That's insane.
You had a full house?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good hand.
Full house versus queen high.
I'm
That's
really
what you dream
lenient.
of.
I'm really lenient when it comes to dealers doing
Yeah,
like,
no, for sure.
stuff
That's
like that. I'm calling a 4 and that's spot. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You figure it out. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, as long as they're trying, I'm like
Yeah.
always gonna like, I might get frustrated, but I'll be understanding and try not to be a dick. But like,
That's outrageous.
it's like in
300.
the Maine 2 years ago, one of my friends got some deal was doing like messed up account, and my friend was like a slightly pissed off tone. Was like, hey, can you pay attention and try to do your job? And the deal just looked at him and says, can you fuck off and die?
What?
They called the floor and he literally got filed on the spot.
Yeah.
But like the deal really just looked at him. It was Tyler Cornell,
Oh, really?
which is like the nicest guy too. Like it's not like Tyler was like combative.
That's insane.
That's funny.
It was
I didn't know that happened.
That's the
insane.
funniest, most messed up thing I've ever heard.
The deal obviously was just done with it.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be there. Just one player could he
And
fuck
that's
off
how
and
they
die.
didn't be there anymore.
Yeah, he wanted to get filed so he could get whatever.
Get unemployment.
Yeah, he's like, come on.
Bring it
That's
on.
one way to go.
He really was. It was the most insane reaction.
That beats anything I've ever thought about doing to get fired. Jeez.
Yeah, that's a.
Oh.
Just aces. Basically.
I miss Harry. I haven't seen Harry in forever. It's not the same with Harry not around pouring the wine. Bitching about his glasses. I want the big glasses, damn it.
300. 900.
So today we'll only have 5 there.
One more will count, I think.
We lost one to Baccarat. I've never seen that happen before.
We might get one. We might get one back from
I
back
have
out too.
100% seen that happen. I have also seen
Feel
them
that.
never come back, and I've seen them. Dude, one of the sickest ones. Oh man, we won't play in that big game. We played like 25-50 or something, and he just came. The guy went to bar.
There he is, he's back.
There we go.
Yeah.
$10 dragon.
You hit dragon?
I hit a
Nice.
$10 dragon.
There you go.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna go in. You guys want some chips swap?
Those are
I can't take the bar cut chips.
Yeah. Sorry, have a good night.
You may have to
see you
take
later.
it out.
Try it.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
300. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Have a good one.
Okay, have a good one, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen.
I think he just
He just
connected
came to show us
flags.
his win.
Yeah.
What do you call that?
I believe it's called
Sick
bragging.
brag.
Yeah. He won like 10,000. Then he came back and showed it, and then he said he's tired.
The victory walk.
Victory lap.
I saw just a 25-50 game. Some guy got felted for like 5K, and like went to play ball and then came back like 40. No, he said he was playing craps, whatever. He goes out to play a pit, comes back like 40 minutes to an hour later, and was like, best roll of my life, and just drops like 150K on the table.
Wow.
Did he come back and play?
Yeah, he played.
Awesome.
He didn't even play that bad. He actually just kind of sat there and played tight with a smile on his face.
Of course, he bracked him a win already. $700.
There's Ryan.
Hello again.
Hey,
This is
Ryan.
you, right?
Take the seat.
Yeah, very cold.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What do you want
He
me to
just
do?
flipped.
You
He
should
just
just,
flipped.
Yeah,
flip,
try this in.
just flip a cold. Red veil, black veil. Just flip this one. Alright, so over there. Seems like the easiest way to do it.
Okay. Are you guys?
All right, I'm back.
Alex, you guys
Hope I didn't miss any
No problem, Alex.
giant hands.
That's work. Okay.
Oh, I guess the seat was open too. I didn't realize.
How's it going,
Yeah,
man?
but if you
Doing
don't
well.
have, that's the last seat we want to fill.
Okay.
It's
Did you
like
end up
the
ever
hardest
going?
to shoot and the hardest to
Yeah,
hit.
I played the main, yeah.
What are you doing?
I busted day
He's
2.
crushing it.
Oh, Neil's crushing it.
Right,
Yeah,
how-
yeah, yeah.
I saw that.
Right, how much you sitting with?
10,000.
Right, sitting
I
with
saw him start
10,000.
today as one of the two players. Is he still doing?
I think so.
I haven't checked.
I haven't checked that. I think so.
I looked. You used those chips.
Hey, you got a draw for a seat though, did you?
I
not?
did.
Did it?
We did, yeah.
There's 3.
That sucks. Now I don't want Ryan playing anymore.
Well, we made up last. We made up last time.
Yeah, but now, it was different when you're playing on this side. Now you're playing on this side.
He only,
I tried to put him on this side. He wouldn't have it.
he only likes the left side of you.
So
The
you
right
did, we
side
did do it
usually
fairly.
like-
We did draw for
He
seats.
did draw.
Well, you didn't see, so you don't know that.
Yeah,
we'll tell you
for
we
sure.
did.
You know, like they tell me everybody draws for seats, and I noticed.
All right, L under the gun with 2 kings, 300.
That seat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Calling 2
Yeah,
There's
spots.
exceptions. If your name title has a seat
And
number
top
in it,
set
Yeah,
for
okay,
L.
for seat 8 James, I get it.
Fortunately for
But
him,
it
no one
turns out
else
like other people aren't
has
drawing.
much.
And I always come late, so I'm not sure.
yeah.
Some
So
back
did
doors, that's
you
it.
guys all draw for these seats?
6.
Right.
And it's
No,
all
we-
yeah, right? Just like I
Yeah.
told you, I drew for my seat.
I had a wheel thing the other day. I
Yeah,
played
bet in
a,
2 folds.
some game. 5. I played some game. We drew for seats. Game breaks after, and some guy
100.
like who lost in the game starts yelling at me, saying how I like to do things that'll fail. When I do something that's failed, it's not fail to him because he would have just taken the best seat in the game. And I was like, I guess you're right, but this is the weirdest argument I've ever heard.
Can I get 100?
He was
for
just
you?
he's like, I would have scummed you. So
You
it'd be
won.
fun.
I guess I respect it. Look at this little mushroom guy. If it was painted different colors, that would not look like a mushroom.
Hey, it's my lucky chip holder that somebody gave me for the main event. I'm not going to use a chip holder in the main event. I figure I'll try it here.
300.
$300 from Eric Hahn,
Lifted, right?
only caller.
I do CrossFit. Oh, okay. You look like you're in good shape.
Jack, Queen, King. 7s are still best, but
Yeah.
pretty ugly flop for 7s.
Have you thought about joining the military? 400 to go.
If it wasn't the military, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you could just do the
Yeah.
military workouts and not be yelled at.
Maybe even training. No, I'm okay with getting yelled at. I just want to go to the actual war. bro.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You want to be on the front line,
Yeah.
taking
right.
one for the team.
So
No,
I'm
Hahn bets it though,
genuinely
gets
looking
through.
at it, 'cause he just asked me if I've been to Chick-fil-A lately. So.
Oh, Chick-fil-A, like you were. Dude, the spicy,
Everything.
the spicy deluxe at
And you
Chick-fil-A
got,
was really
your
good
favorites,
actually. Like, much better than I thought. Like if I want a chicken sandwich, I'm going
Chipotle's,
there.
right?
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
You and my mom cannot say Chipotle well.
You do that like a lot, right? So that's pretty
I
healthy.
Chipotle today. I don't know. I can't.
I
say
used to
it's
do it
healthy.
like 3 times a week.
So
now I'm
convenient.
down to like once every
Me
2
too.
weeks.
I've lowered it like once a week, which
It's
I'm
just,
proud of.
yeah, I just
How do
can't
you
do
not
it.
just like fall into the trap of taco trucks that are new to them?
Taco
300.
trucks.
Yeah, there's like taco trucks like a block away. And
I actually eat them less than I would think I eat them for a living in LA.
I would trust Chipotle's more than I trust Stop.
You can't say Chipotle at all.
I know.
Say
really
Chipotle.
bad.
Chipotle.
Chipotle. My mom says it closer to that. I'm like shit, say shit, and say pote, and then lay. She can do the three, but she can't put them together.
That's really interesting. I can't really give anyone a whole time about pronunciation. It's not really my strong suit.
Yeah, we all thought you were from England for
British Chris.
Wow, check through on the flop.
Just lean into that.
And welcome to
Yeah,
the
those
game,
lessons.
Ryan. Ryan turns a set of sixes.
Yeah, I touched him out
600.
at NBA actually like 2 weeks
600.
ago.
600 for his six. And Eric might look him up here with a jack after it's gone check through on the flop.
That's it. 600 is there.
River 7. So how much value does Ryan want to go for? $1,600.
16. Call.
Eric,
Wow.
quick call.
Coming in hot.
Showing the sixes.
Set of six.
Did you play the main?
I did not.
Not a main.
It might have been my first year, but again, I didn't go.
Oh, you never played it.
Wow,
that blows me away.
That blows me away too. Yeah.
Every year's the same. It's like finally comes down to it, I'm like, can't get myself together.
It's just a hassle, huh? It's a hassle
Yeah.
for the Vegas.
You must just like hate tournaments then, like yeah. Because
I don't even hate it, I just never really played.
I never really played them either, but the main I just love. Like
Yeah.
I'll always play the main.
I had some fun plans that fell through. I was gonna go with my dog and my girlfriend, but she couldn't come.
Got it.
I got discouraged.
And they wouldn't let you dog play with you at the table.
Yeah, I called and asked.
300.
Can you get some, pull some weight and let me bring him here?
You think I have any weight to pull?
How cute's your dog?
It's pretty cute.
1200.
Can't have like an ugly dog if you ask it that, man.
There's a lot of ugly dogs in casinos.
As I'm saying, we can't let those ones in here. We got standoff stuff full.
Is this your first mullet?
Yeah, I got paid to have it.
Really? You pull it off though.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks the part. Like,
It
he looks
doesn't
like
really look like a mullet. I agree with
Yeah.
that.
all the guys
Yeah,
in human
like a half
history.
But you know he's working on the
All
mullet.
the guys
6
Yeah,
months
but
are you
I
going
agree,
full?
Yeah.
You gotta go
alright.
full mullet, dude.
I'll
This
go
is
full
like
mullet.
You kind of have to be a beast, man. You have to get back in like a running shape.
Yeah, I gotta get better shape.
I feel
If
like
you-
a lot of the guys in human history that have had mullets look like Chris. Like in terms of like your hair color and like your it's like white guys.
I think
Who? Yeah. Who's the comedian? You look like him.
Theo Vaughn.
Theo Vaughn. You know who he is?
I was thinking Billy Ray Cyrus, but that's someone else.
I don't know who that is.
It's Miley Cyrus's
Oh.
dad.
Yeah, that's the singer.
Basically just like a white guy. Right?
300.
Yeah, it was a white guy with long hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like Theo Vaun. And also, yeah, they're like one of the best crossfitters.
Slender white guy. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it was all, there was like some football recruit. He was like the #1 QB recruit in the nation.
Trips for Han.
400.
What makes it terrible?
It's dyed bright blonde hair.
Oh, he knows what he's doing then.
And then it's like,
Proper mullet.
Yeah.
and then it's like shaved on the side.
Eric
And it's
bet
like
his
kind
stone
of-
nothing
It's like new age
on the
people.
flop.
Yeah, it's like real,
Han just checked calling.
real bad. And that's like, he was like on ESPN, and Haley was looking at it. It was like, man, can you imagine having a mullet? Like, how
Check
embarrassing
on the
would that be?
turn now.
I don't know.
One
like,
liner
I made
to
it
a
up,
straight.
Like, and he was like, oh, like 2K. And I was like, oh, come on, man. Like, give it a wheel off. And he was like, 5K. And I was like,
1,000.
I was
You
like,
should have
alright.
kept it going.
No, I was like,
1,000's gonna let
I just,
Eric off
I
the
just
hook.
snapped. I was like, look. And he just looked at me and goes, you're terrible to go to.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Kyle.
He
Dude,
would
you
have.
probably
Yeah,
literally.
that's
I
what he
think you could get him to 20 or 30.
I don't think I could have gotten 20. I think I could have gotten like 7 to 10.
This guy's bored.
I mean, he is bold. It's funny because like I'm like, I can't believe he paid me for this, and he just every time he sees me, he's like, this is the best 5K I've ever spent. He's like, totally get my money's worth.
Length of time? Is there a length of time?
Uh,
Or you just have to finish?
I have to.
the end of the
Originally, it said to the end of the year, but I might, just in fairness, because it took me a while to grow it out, I might give him like an extra month or two. Because it is kind of cheap if I just do it
Yeah.
and then I cut it like 2
Yeah,
weeks.
actually, that's a nice thing.
300.
Nice way to do it.
You're very fair mullet guy.
Very, very fair for a mullet guy.
To be fair, most mullet guys are pretty fair.
Mullet? Is that one downfall? The honest mullet?
What about you say we when you just join the ranks? 3 players.
Oh, look, it's a brotherhood. We have a Facebook group.
Sign the waiver and everything. 500.
King 5-4. Ryan with the best hand.
Does anyone want anything from Starbucks?
I'm good, thanks.
That's it.
Han, check calling with a 4. Well, turn is a king. Gives Ryan trips. This might make Han want to call more. Less likely that Ryan has a king. $1,600. Well, looks like Han is gonna fold, just based on his body language. I was gonna say, wow, I was way off.
4,500.
Han check raising with bottom pair, 4,500. I mean, it's hard to put Han on a hand here. He just check called the flop. Wow, he gets Ryan to full top trips.
What is it called? I'll try one of my
Pole
notes right here.
football? I don't know if it's actually good for you, but it tastes delicious.
That's like 80% of the reason I love it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I mean, I was gonna say
Yeah, I'll try one of my
Han really walked into it,
Yeah, if I get past.
but he actually got a king to fold.
Lean towards the chocolate, but-
I mean, to be fair to Ryan, the line that Han took is incredibly strong, right? Check calls the flop, and then when the top pair trips up, check raises the turn. Like, what is he doing that with? We could see it was bottom pair that he just somehow decided to check raise, but you would never think he would check raise bottom pair there on the turn. To Ryan, it looks more like a hand like a set that's slow played. Or maybe even like King 5 or King 4 that's slow played.
Sante.
Raise.
Raise 1,000.
But again, those hands are probably going to be check raising the flop quite a bit. So, wow, just a strange hand overall. I mean, I think that's 3 times that Han has check raised with a worst hand, and the better hand just folded immediately. He did it to Ryan that hand, he's done it to John, and he's done it to Chris.
Is that 9? Yep. 9. Raise 3,000.
Eric putting in the 4-bet, 8-6 of clubs. Han's gonna call with ace-jack, and they both pair up, ace, 8, 10. Eric bet super small on the flop, 400. Check, check on the turn. And ace jack, still best. Looks like Eric's just going to be done with it.
I'll get it with you. It makes a difference, but I wanna get it. Anybody else?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm gonna pick it up.
You still haven't got it?
I gotta pick it up, but it's there.
Oh.
They told me to wait a minute.
I'll just do the salmon.
Dinner?
Yeah, the dinner. Can you tell them no butter or oil when they cook it? It's always like too much. Yeah.
No butter?
Just steam. Just
Okay.
steam temperature.
Oh, it's steam, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Steam, no butter, no
I think
salt,
part
right?
of it is
yeah, and then steamed vegetables and then the rice pilaf or whatever.
Most of them have it.
Yeah. Rice
Kind of blends in.
Yeah,
Very
rice pilaf.
I don't think they put rice.
Oh,
They
rice.
put basmati.
Basmati rice. Yeah. And then salmon and then steamed
Yeah.
vegetables.
Yeah. You want that, salmon is steam too?
Yeah. over
Yeah.
there.
And the vegetable, yeah. Okay. You want mixed potato salmon?
Don't know.
No mixed potato salmon. Mixed steam vegetable.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you got that right.
Right.
300 three ways.
Yeah, right.
Checked around on the flop. 6, 7. Or excuse me. Yeah, 6 on the turn.
8.
Eric's going to bet his 7. And it's going to get through.
What happened to the right here?
Mountain bike.
Huh?
Mountain bike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that recent?
It was over COVID. It's like a year and a half ago now.
Broken?
Neil got you into it?
Yeah. Yeah, I broke 3 fingers. Oh wow. If only had an electric bike. Do you know anyone who has one? No, that's too bad.
I hear those things suck.
I was riding yesterday.
I just got that he owns the electric bike. I didn't know what you were joking about. Yeah.
I was riding yesterday.
Don't worry,
I'm
it took
like
me a
dying.
second,
It's
too.
hot outside, and this guy on an electric bike
As
just.
soon as I realized
It's a secret, man.
it was funny. You know it was like, great. 4.
Eric limps the small blind and Ryan punishes. Jack 9 diamonds, 400, gets called.
3.
Eric check calls on King 7-7, probably with some evil intentions, you would think. It goes check check on the turn. River is a queen. They're now both chopping, playing the board. And Eric checks it over. What does Ryan do? You see that you're playing the board, but it's hard to get a fold, you would think, from a king
450.
from Eric. 450 and well, what does Eric do now? I mean, you play the board. It's really tough to call here. Can you ever raise? Wow, he calls.
Wow. Oh, it's just a chop, right?
Yeah.
How can you fold this? Thought you were gonna have like 10-8 and call.
I'll pick my
Do you have hardware?
That one back.
Yeah.
I see in the chat people are asking like, why is it only six-handed and where's
Match this guy.
all the regular players?
And you have hardware in there.
Don't worry. I mean,
Yeah.
players play all over the place. A lot of the regular players you like
Yeah.
to see on live with the bike, they still play on the
No, I
show,
mean,
just
both
not,
worse.
Sure, that's pretty bad too.
you know, like every single show.
First one was actually
I
worse.
kind of want to get mine out soon, but like I don't. They say you can just leave it in, but like I just feel like it'd be better with it out, you know. But
It depends. Like if it's gonna make it better, if it were to take it out, maybe. Like if
Yeah.
I take this out, not much happens. So I
Not much
risk the
happens.
surgery again. So it's
that's the
just-
thing. Is like, yeah, I probably won't for now, but
You know,
you take
players
it out
like
and all of a
Andy,
sudden
Garrett,
everything gets better,
Harry, and
maybe,
they still
yeah.
play on live with the bike,
no,
of course.
I'm good enough now, so I probably won't do it, but maybe down the road. I don't know.
Unless of course it makes
Just
it
because like
worse.
when I run and when I lift weights, like when I'm squatting and stuff, like I do feel it, you know, a little bit, like the next day and stuff. Whereas
Yeah.
I think it's like rubbing up on the stuff, tissues in there.
One. Five.
So when you lift weights, lower arms are fine. Like,
They're probably weaker. It's hard to say. Like you have to make it side by side. My grip is weaker,
yeah.
and this hurts when I flex it back. It's like if I were doing a
Doing
push
like
up.
front squats or something.
Yeah, I feel it. If I warm it up, it's okay. Like cold, like even right now, if I were to go and try to push up, it would hurt.
Good.
300 three ways. Well, bit of an action flop here. Han, top pair, top kicker. And Ryan, who's the pre-flop raiser, a flush draw. But Ryan checks it back, turns a pair now.
Seven.
$700 from Han. Ryan calls. The river is a jack, so Ryan breaks out. Does Han go for value here with a 9? No, he's going to check it, and Ryan's going to check back his 5.
Take it. Yeah.
No, I use that one over there. Yeah, it's fine. It's better.
Three.
Oh, yeah.
Six.
$600 from Chris. And Eric, who has 2 pair. Oh, excuse me, no. Chris was the one calling. Eric has 2 pair and is betting. 2,000 here from Eric on the turn. Chris lets it go.
It's never gonna be just smooth sailing.
So one, please.
Hit a high and a low.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the worst days when you start off really high, you know, and you end really low.
3.
How much do you have? It's like
It's a little under 10 after.
okay.
Yeah.
12.
I think 6 is okay.
Yeah.
It's fast. It's faster. Yeah, he'll be back. But 8, it gets.
Chris, 3-betting out of the small line. Ace 8 of hearts.
8-handed, yeah.
Yeah.
I like 3 to 6 to be honest. Yeah.
I know, man. If I go
Ryan
go
with
play
ace
the
king.
tournaments and it's like full ring.
It's
I
so
go,
Definitely not
"Oh,
folding.
Yeah, it's like.
It's like
Luckily,
you-
He's going to put in the 4-bet.
One of the main event, I was
28.
7-handed like almost the whole
Yeah,
time.
yeah, it's awesome. Yeah,
People
that's
were coming in and
2800.
out, and it was nice.
Yeah, but you know, when
Because it just speeds it up so much, you know? Like, it's like fold, it's already in the button, you know? And then,
yeah,
Chris just lets it go.
most of the high rollers are 8-handed, and you know, I played a few 6-maxers. Those are awesome.
Tough to continue there. Ryan doesn't have much behind.
So it's good. The one full ring game I played, I go, oh, man, this sucks.
yeah, it's terrible. Yeah.
Three.
Right.
2,000. Heads up.
2,000 from Eric. Pretty big 3-bet. John calls. Well, 3, 7, 10 rainbow. Not a very bad flop for 2 8s.
25? 25.
Eric continues here. 25. And pretty quick call from John. Well, turn is an ace, and if you're ever looking for a good barrel card, the ace is one of them. $6,000. And John just lets it go with that ace on the turn. Just so few makes the hands you're beating, the range of hands you're beating, go down a lot. You're hoping Eric was getting out of line with a hand, which he had, King Queen, hand like suited Broadway, or just Broadway in this case.
How sick is it that Bally's is hosting both the World Series of Poker and this game now?
Hosting the World Series and what?
This game.
Bally's host this. Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they got on the door.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Wait, what game are they hosting?
Bally bought the bike, and then
Yeah, they got
Bally's
it on the
Bulls or
door.
whatever.
Oh, okay.
Like
I
presented
didn't
by
know what you were
Bally's.
saying. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. I
Yeah.
knew they got bought. I didn't know it was by Bally's.
Yeah, it's Bally's
yeah,
Bulls.
so it's pretty sick, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Like we might get rooms or something.
Yeah, yeah, that would be nice. If they made this like way nicer, that'd be.
No, yeah, they're doing that. I heard.
Yeah.
Remodel come.
It's coming.
150.
Yeah, it would be kind of like, I hope they take the World Series really serious.
Actually, that is,
Yeah, same.
There's so many things they could do. to make
150
the-
and a call.
Yeah, no. The World Series has a great brand.
Han with just
and
king
they-
high and a gut shot.
because of
Ryan
that, they've been very lazy.
turns a pair now. Turns the best hand.
Because the brand is so good and strong. sounds like though going to be.
That's it, and quick fold from Han.
Everything open fold. Oh, you guys want to do it on straddles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. Start around. So.
Bring bomb pots to laugh at the bike.
What?
Bomb pots.
We were doing them one day.
Wait, did you ever play the double board bomb pot games?
They're back.
They all? Dude, those games were so fun.
They've done it in here post stream.
Yeah. We will,
Oh yeah, yeah.
We
Remember you
invented
showed
the
the dealer how
calls.
to chop pots.
No, he showed me.
Oh, he showed
He
you how to
showed
do
me
it.
how to.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
If you ran it twice, that was the.
Yeah, yeah.
oh yeah,
You
I
get-
did it twice.
You get
since
quartered
that
and
game.
stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they ran it twice.
We
in
just
that
don't
game.
do
You
it.
did
It
when we
takes
did it.
long.
When we did it, we just did. You couldn't run it
Yeah.
twice. You just ran the balls.
We played
You need a
PLO
really
double
good
boarded
dealer to do
commerce
it.
and just no running
Yeah,
twice.
yeah, that's right.
You
Yeah,
need a
we're
really
gonna
good
play
dealer to do
When
it.
we started, it was half Nilla and
Super
half
confusing.
PLO double ball.
That's fine. I would like to play that.
Yeah.
They just play PLO.
The No Limit one is kind of cool. I don't know. They're both cool.
Think
The
they'll-
PLO one, you can't really, you
Sorry.
can't bluff
Six.
as much. Yeah, you capture equity.
Chris flops
Yeah.
the best hand out of the
That's
straddle.
nice, a
Han
raise
betting
window.
bottom pair.
Yeah.
Han was a pre-flop raiser. Turn is a jack.
How much is it?
And it looks like Han is turning his deuce into a bluff now. Chris still well ahead with his 10. He's going to call. River's a 3, changes nothing. Wow, 7,000 overbet from Han. And the way that Han has been playing, he's representing a very strong hand here. Like, he's probably not betting one pair this way, just based on what we've seen. So if Chris thinks that Han is polarized here to really strong or really weak, he might make the call here. Still a really tough call to make with just a 10. We haven't seen Han overbet like this all show long. And it gets through. And he shows it.
Oh, take it.
Nice hand there by Han.
125 from him. Collection landed on him. 125 in. $10 back.
Heel straddle, right?
Oh yeah.
Straddle still going. Fuck, sorry. $3,000.
3,000 from Chris. And it's kind of been like the Han and Chris show. These two have been battling all show long. Han defends 6-7. Ace, Jack, 7. Chris is still ahead, but it's not a very good flop for tens. Chris checks it over to Han. Check, check. Check, check again on the turn. Chris checks it one more time and tens. Gonna take it.
Carry a big blind from you. Okay.
Double down.
Yeah, well, 4:30 and then 5. Yeah, someone, we had a new player during this one. Okay. Five. $23.
Ryan 3-betting his straddle, gets through. Nut Club Flesh says, who's the baller in the shiny black hat rocking the medallion? That's Eric Hicks. You know, he's a regular here. Han. Just calling here. Ace 8-7. 2 pair for Han. Ryan turns a pair.
7.
And 700. Ryan calls. And the river is an 8, giving Han a full house. And remember, Han just overbet and showed the bluff. Is he going to overbet again, hoping to get called? $5,000. And this is, well, probably wasn't getting called anyway, but that's one of the reasons I don't like showing the bluff, is because it just makes it harder to bluff again. We saw him have a situation just a moment ago against Chris where, you know, maybe he would have considered bluffing, but he just checked it through. And this situation, I think Ryan knows that Han, very likely after showing a big bluff, after an overbet, would not do it again shortly after.
Oh, no, this one over here, yeah.
Great. 15.
$1,500 from Eric. And Chris just gonna let go of King 10 off.
You guys want to keep the straddle going?
Okay.
Yeah, everyone.
Let me go.
You down, John?
Alright.
Cool. Sounds like keeping the straddle going. Yeah. Who's that? Oh, okay. You got it. Six. Re-raise, 21.
John 3-betting King 6 of clubs. And bit of an action flop here. Han defended Ace 5. 3, 4, 6. So Han's open-ended. John with top pair.
23.
$2,800 and a call. And there's the straight right away for Han. Check, check on the turn. 2 pair now for John. If Han bets, it's going to be very difficult for John to fold.
7,000.
7,000. I think John's going to call. You only lose to a 5 here. Realistic. I mean, the 5 is your biggest concern. He makes the call.
Take it.
We stole strategy when you were gone, but no, you didn't want it, so we can just do 1 round and then stop after, I guess. I'm not gonna make you.
He's in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Instead of
Yeah, no, it's
what
totally
did
fine.
you do?
What?
I'm adding.
No, we'll just, so we'll just finish this round.
I'm
and
adding 10.
Okay. John's gonna add 10. Yeah. Yes. One.
Jets.
Five. Straddle.
Yeah.
500 from Ryan. Han defends. Well, Han calls on the button.
I might go back to Vegas tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
When did you get here?
I drove in last night. Yeah.
You come just for the game?
Yeah.
Nice.
7.
I like playing on the streams and.
Did you go?
Button.
Yeah. It's an easy drive, just 4 miles.
Ryan checks it over. Han bets. Takes a stab at it and gets through.
Nothing really going on in Vegas right now either.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you're not in the main, there's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I actually,
Unless you're into
I
the-
realized that sounded like I was joking, but
It sounded like
yeah,
you're
no,
joking.
it was
There's
like
nothing going on in
outside of the main, there's like
I know what you mean, but it
some
just
40
sounded
pulse
funny.
and 10Ks going at all, yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
The shot goes.
There's like a ton going the next few weeks, but yeah, it is funny when I say that.
I
the
knew what
main's
you meant.
going
It just
on.
sounded really funny.
It's
I'm
the
like, oh, there's
weekend of
nothing
the
going on.
888. Like, have like 12,000 people in the 888 or something.
Oh yeah,
Five.
crazy 8s.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad company.
Bellagio starting a tournament series next?
They have 5 diamond coming up, yeah.
That's pretty good, right? That's in
Yeah,
December.
they have a bunch of 25K scheduled, so those should be fun. I think that, and then they have like the big one, the 10K main. That thing's always massive.
Six.
$600 from L. Ryan defends the straddle. Ace high is still best.
That came with it.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'm trying to be healthy. I probably won't eat.
Ryan overcards in a gut shot. He's gonna bet it. 350. And here's the nuts for Ryan.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, not with rice. I don't get how you guys do it with the rice. You have to, like, you have to hold the thing and scoop it in.
1800. And L's gonna let go of ace high. Well, Jack, Jack 6. King high is still best. 300. Well, Hong call 7-8 on Jack, Jack 6. Turn is a king, giving L the best hand. 1,000 and of course quick fold from Han.
Take it. All right, everybody, take it.
Here's the winnings.
Oh, lucky. Those are the best.
Yeah, they said they were good. I was like, I'm gonna try
Never
them.
had one? They're so good.
Yeah, never had one.
They're my favorite bar I've ever had.
Take it.
I bet 1,000, but I didn't get the great shape. It's all white and then.
I didn't call.
You didn't
Yeah,
call.
I bet my own chips.
What do you mean? I'm
So
confused.
I bet 1,000. I threw
Yeah.
it away, and I only got this back. I didn't get the great chips.
I'm pretty sure when you grabbed it back.
You saw it?
I pushed through everything that was in the
Yeah,
center.
I'm almost positive you grabbed it back in your hand.
I didn't call that.
You didn't.
I know you didn't.
No,
call
you
it.
didn't call.
Yeah,
I pushed
I-
through everything that
I'm
he had.
talking about my own chips.
Yeah, no, I get it. I had 19 grabbed, and I'd be the only one that would have grabbed it. And I had 19.
Lucky it's on camera. We'll be able to see.
It's on camera.
Yeah, no,
You can check the camera.
yeah, I mean, I'm fairly sure
Yeah,
when I
and,
saw you just pull it back and put it on your stack, but.
Is it possible to check the camera?
El's wondering if you guys can, he's not sure, he feels like he's 1K chip short. Can you guys check the camera on the last hand and see what happened to his $1,000 chip on the raise?
Yeah, it could be me, but I just
Yeah,
wanna confirm.
I'm pretty sure you grabbed it.
Okay. So they can't check the camera. We can try to get a hold of surveillance and have them look if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanna confirm.
Yeah. It's gonna take a second, but.
Well, it looks like L bet a 1K chip, and he thinks the 1K chip that he bet may have never gone back to him, even though he won the hand. So I guess they're going to check surveillance and see what happened.
$1,200. Twelve.
$1,200 from Han. John calls with the ace. Goes check on the river.
Yeah.
So.
El's wanting to know, there's some discrepancies on the hand before this one that was played. It's been at 518. If you could check and see, check on the cameras, or ask surveillance to check on the cameras and see what happened. He bet 1,000. Nobody called, and he feels like the 1,000 somehow didn't end up back in
Yeah,
front.
I'm just I wanna confirm if I grabbed the 1,000 back or not.
What time was it?
518. And then your show, Chris? Or is that the end of it?
The last hand.
Okay, cool.
I stalled the round.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of this rail round. Chris started it.
How you doing? Is it possible to check, say a 1 4 right at the back?
Put it on just when they come over.
Yeah, it's mass police.
Is it?
Yeah. All right, have a drink.
Yeah, there you go. You can't say anything then. You can't spread COVID if you're eating or drinking.
That's right. So like the trick when you're at the World Series is you just have a drink in your hand.
Yeah, you
No,
just
that's
carry
fine.
a coffee cup with you the whole time.
Yeah, and then the other thing is they'll yell at you, but they won't chase you.
They
I
won't chase you.
usually just walk out the back, in and out the back, so I don't have to wear a mask.
You threw in $1,000 chip, right?
I threw a 3-1,
A great chip.
and I wanna make sure if I grab it back or
Make sure
not.
that you grab it back, that's all. You see three, you threw it and then no one, you won the pot. You wanna make sure you got the chip back, that's all. You be able to see it, just one chip. Hello? Okay, thank you. I'll be back to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. $312. Heads up.
300 from Eric. Han calls on the button.
700.
Han is best here with a 7.
7.
Pretty big continuation bet here, 700. Han calls. Pretty big break here on the turn. Both players check. River is a 10. Han. Yep. River goes check. Han's gonna win with a 7. Chris limping in the small blind here. Ace king. Chris bet the flop, and L turns trips. $400. Chris calls ace high. River is a 10.
You got it right? Okay, I will let you know. Yeah, man, you got it right.
Okay, good.
All right, thank you.
1200.
Thank you.
1200 now. Hell's representing a pretty big hand here, which he does have. Trip eights.
Where's the line?
Wow. Chris goes all in with ace high. The graphics are wrong. It says L went all in. No, Chris is all in. What an unbelievable hand. It's actually a really tough spot here for L because Chris check called on the turn and now check raised all in on the river. So what hands is he doing that with?
You have tough decisions.
Could he have
today.
spades here?
But you said tough decisions, huh?
No, he's had some hands, Chris.
The problem for L is it's a strangely played hand. It's hard to think of what value he has here, but it's also hard to think about what bluffs he has.
10 seconds.
I mean, the one obvious draw that missed is diamonds.
They're new classes, huh, Eric? These are new, right?
Yeah,
Classes.
they are.
6-7.
Yeah,
Open-ended on the flop. That gets there.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was going to ask you about that.
Spades
Yeah, I
get there.
guess your stairs gotten good. You've been practicing in the mirror, huh?
Yeah, no, I think about you when I do
And if
it.
he had a hand like 10-jack or
If I could
10-7,
do the robot, like,
Yeah.
The Ryan?
that
guy,
makes a pair. And would he
Yeah.
ever
Brain
turn
shut
those
off.
hands into bluffs?
It's like in my brain, it's just like a dog looking at its squirrel.
yeah. When I was at the tournament, I saw guys who did it as good as you.
I'm sure better.
That's all
It's a
they
cool
do.
skill. My coolest skill is I'm able to stare at something. That's
You
like-
pick a point, right? You just stare at it, right?
Yeah. There's a
It's
term
pretty
for that.
amazing when
There's
it
a term
does
for
it.
that in
Yeah.
yoga.
Yeah,
And
you're
Joshi-
into yoga, right?
I like yoga, yeah.
So you're controlling your breathing, everything, right?
But I'm, yeah.
Yeah. He goes into some
Yeah,
kind of.
yeah.
He goes into some kind of.
I'm lowering my heart rate down to like 1 beat every 3 minutes.
It's pretty amazing when he does it. I just give out false reads. I just try to.
I need to do the breathing hard move. where people start
Yeah,
breathing
I
all
really
hard.
don't know what I would do if I was in L's situation.
Just try to randomize it when I do it, you know?
Yeah.
Just take a drink off my water. Okay, I'm gonna reach over and take a drink off my water.
You figure your chip? Okay. Place there, I'll take a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely better, but more effort.
10 seconds.
And L, after some hemming and hawing, lets it go.
One hand.
Oh.
Saves it for
Those are worth like $500 each. You just lost $2,000.
Are they? We found out what they're worth. They're
Yeah,
500 each.
somebody said they're worth like a big blind or something, 2 big blinds.
What
or
are?
something. time chips, one time.
Pulse is really slow.
Yeah.
What's that?
As the pulse who said that, the whole 500 each plus plate wheel fucking slow.
Worth everything.
I mean, like, it sucks when you're out of them.
Yeah, it sucks when you're out of them. Now that Al doesn't have any time chips left, and you start putting the pressure on him.
No coaching.
I have one left.
Play a little hand.
It's like time ICM. Just put the pressure on.
I have a really good strategy. I wanna
Actually,
share with you
I
guys.
legitimately saw Sam Salvo do that in a
Yeah,
tournament.
Chris
Yeah.
found himself in a
Someone was
spot
out of chips, and
where
it was
he'd
like a
ask himself, if
wheel
I
and he just, like,
shoved
was
here,
like,
what
play slow,
bluffs
and he
could
just
I
let into 'em.
have?
And then the pulse ran out of time.
And in that situation,
But
it's
the pulse
very
was like, oh no, I actually have 2 chips.
low.
I left it at the
They're
other
like,
table.
what bluffs he could have.
And he walked over, grabbed the 2 chips, bought them oval. He threw one out, and then he shoved on Sam.
That's an epic run out today.
That is funny.
Sam was so mad.
You can't grab them. You
Let's
gotta
say, I
have
can't
your
believe
chips.
they
It's like
were-
having chips at the
I know.
can't
No, I
believe they
agree. I
allowed
thought it
that.
was an
That's
insane.
funny.
I thought it was an insane ruling.
The ruling was like, it's fine.
Yeah.
You don't need all your time.
What's up, Dan Anderson? What's your question?
Sam was just like,
400. Yeah, they wouldn't allow you to like go back and get chips that you left at the other table.
no,
Yeah.
I thought it was insane. I think pretty clearly what happened, though, is like the person he bet
1400.
against had the nuts and was just taking the time, and then like realized they didn't actually have a chip at the table.
Never call.
Yeah, Trundlegut says spot was 1.2k. He overshoved against a guy who had 14k behind. Yeah, it's a really rare move, and
So
I'll say this just from playing, like if you play it in your own games, overshoves like those, like 95% of the time it's for value, not for bluffing.
And I come back and I moved, and the table I got moved to was hell. You know, I went broke in like 30 minutes at the new table. So, especially in 6-max, like, if I'm under the gun, I'll raise big. Whether I have the hand or not, I raise big, like 4 or 5 times big blind, so I can get under the gun hand, I control the tempo of the hand.
4,000.
So if I see somebody, you know, like try to get the hand over with as fast as possible.
Interesting spot here.
And then just try to speed
John
things up,
putting in
like
the
when
double
big
barrel
blind.
on the
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
It
That
works pretty-
50k.
Actually has the best hand with 10 high, but
I like friends with a lot
Han,
of guys who play
yeah,
slow.
Han's gonna let it go.
People, but like, it's a little too much.
Yeah.
No time chips.
For whatever reason, the WSOP is not doing
They
that.
still do time. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
It sucks because like it's a polo, like all the final stuff does it outside of that, and like
Just 7 high.
it's not perfect, but it works pretty well. And like without
It has
it,
to be
it's
so
just
much better not having it.
Yeah,
even
not
if
having
it's
it
not-
so bad. Like I had a spot, I had a bluff too. It sucked, but like
Yeah, 5 come, yeah.
I
I'm in trouble.
bluffed a domino and it came.
I would have I had spades as well.
Like and then he called, but like he was saying that like for everyone at the table, an 8-minute tank is so obnoxious.
Yeah.
I know. It's just
It feels longer in 8 minutes.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and it's not good, you know, like nobody's calling floor. So you're
Well,
like,
someone finally did call clock. That's
Yeah,
the only
it's
reason.
like
He would have
so-
I
taken.
don't play
Cool
tournament.
call.
People not call clock in
they don't,
tournaments.
yeah, they don't call.
I mean,
like it's considered really
300.
uncool.
Someone called clock eventually, though, which it kind of.
Dude, I think anything above like a minute, if it's not like all in on the river,
That's
deep
right.
in
I mean, I bet
deep in the
I watched
tournament.
people. It was a huge call, but
1,300.
If it's not like all in on the river, deep in the tournament, and like
Here,
tournament.
I think the standard has to be if everyone behaves the same way you did, could you run the tournament?
Yeah,
And if the answer is no, you're taking too long.
yeah.
Agreed.
Yes. And like there's a lot of
Raise
guys. Who,
3,000.
the case is if you played like if everyone played as slow as they did, you wouldn't be able to finish the tournament.
Or it'd be literally like 10 hands per hour.
Is it a turn?
How much is it for me?
115.
115. And the same thing if you're at a bad table, you stall when you're under the gun. A little bit, or play a hand really slowly.
Yeah.
Like, especially in the beginning of the tournaments, the chances of you getting pulled are pretty good if you're under the gun.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair.
And there's no real system that they pull players. They just pull.
Yeah. original stolen? It was me, you, Sam, who else? Someone, oh, it was Kuhn now? Oh, someone else chatty. We had a chatty table.
Yeah, it's a
so-
fun table.
Sam had to have the best opening line to you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's true. It is true. It's so funny.
You guys just gonna keep the best opening line to yourselves, or we get to hear it?
I mean, it's up to him.
Oh, yeah.
If you
Yeah.
kale.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, Sam just sits at the table and looks at me and goes, man, the last time I saw you, I was buying acid.
I still got acid from that guy.
Oh, yeah. He goes, I still have the acid I bought for you.
I didn't sell it to him. I gave it to him.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I just knew what it was, something like that. It was just like, he just sits at the table, he's like, I still have the acid you gave me.
I gave him a big old bottle.
Safe sleeping on it? Oh, that's why I can't finish it.
Yeah, no, it's like a lifetime supply.
Oh, yeah, no, I've seen the bottle. He's not running out of acid anytime
It's a
soon.
jackpot.
I don't even think he'd use it. His
I
bottle.
still got the whiskey glass. It's a funny thing. He had this really expensive shot of whiskey, and we were at the where were we at? We're at the Aria, right? And he had some like $500 shot of whiskey, and
The shot was 5. Not
yeah.
a bottle.
Yeah, and so he got me a shot, and we went up to the room with these 2 glasses, right? And somehow I ended up keeping the 2 glasses. Yeah, that's pretty freaking sweet. Yeah, so I used to, whenever I see the glasses, I think of Aria, and had it, like I didn't think anything of it, but it turns out they're like pretty fancy glasses.
Yeah, the glasses were 500, not the whiskey.
No, for a glass of whiskey it was $500.
What do you mean you kept them both?
They
You
ended up
drank
in our room.
And you drank them both.
We drank them both,
Yeah.
and then we just took the glasses home.
But those were expensive.
Glasses are expensive. It
Okay,
turns
yeah.
out, but they look pretty expensive.
Okay.
And so it was like a
So you got like a $500 shot and like a $50 glass.
Okay. I was confused. Was it the liquid or the glass that was
Like, that is
I don't know.
the $500 glass with a $10
L
That's where it
rebetting
was.
here with
Yeah.
queens
I
out of the big blind. Han
It actually is more.
defended his
I go,
open
what are
deucery
these kids
clubs.
doing drinking like
And
$500
Han with the
shots
flush
out?
draw.
Like, it's just so
Shot. I've
weird.
never had a shot worth that much.
L checks it over to Han.
Must be
That's
in the wrong
800.
business.
I had
How much did it work out?
I think the most expensive shot I had is like some like Don Julio or something, which is like
Under, right?
it was like a super nice one, so I think it might have been a little over 100, but I didn't buy it. Someone else did, and I was
Han turns a pair now.
tasted just like any other.
Check,
Right?
check.
I was
It's
like-
always the case.
Yeah, I was like, it's still just.
And
tequila,
there's
I
the
don't know.
flush for
It was a
Han.
I get a
Such a
$200
waste,
bottle
such
of
a
wine
waste.
or a 2,000. I feel like it's all the
Now remember,
Yeah,
L
yeah.
just made an
Yeah, the super
agonizing
cheap stuff
fold,
makes you
and
wanna
we
buy
know
that. And then like once you get past
And
that,
he
I
was
can't
wrong.
Go to 20.
Yeah.
I actually dislike. I tried Trader Joe's, which is like $15 ones, and those
Yeah,
are
it's
shit.
like I
when
think
Han
you can't,
bets
like,
this, is he
try
going to be able to
steal
fold it?
off vodka or something. It's like,
Yeah.
oh no, back in college we used to get flesh mints. It came in a plastic bottle.
What was it called?
Flesh mints.
Sounds good.
It's like the cheapest. It's the absolute cheapest
4,600.
vodka you can find.
Overbet
Cheap,
4,600.
You always can drink well. You guys metabolism so fast. But you're too skinny.
We no, we.
Han representing the flush, which he
We
has.
didn't like drink frequently, but we definitely made it count when we did. I think that's like the general athletes in college.
I don't know if L
Yeah, but-
is in the mood to fold 2 in a row. Yeah, he makes the call. And it's annoying. I mean, he doesn't know he folded wrong, but it's annoying to take a lot of time and fold incorrectly and then shortly after make the incorrect
You know,
call.
I'm really surprised Sam had a bad series, because when I was following him a little bit in the beginning, and he was just like deep in everything, just run up stacks so easily.
Yeah.
He just seemed to be playing so well.
He's a great player.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
And well, you saw he run up a stack in the 50K, right?
Yeah, it is.
And then he busted out,
You're getting paid.
rebought,
We got
came in day 2 and ran out,
L's at 10,000.
him and I had a swap, so I got a little beef on that.
I didn't trust you because I had 2 pair when we got this rate. I just felt like I had them.
You guys copy that? Yeah, 10,000.
just a little bit.
300 sooner than up. 400.
Eric continuing to bet on King 10-8. He has the best hand. Well, had the best hand. Oh, no, he still does. This would be some thin value if Eric bets a 10 here. Nope, goes check, check.
You're the tens.
No, I am the.
I wouldn't know.
Saving it for later.
300.
Is there any good cash games going in Vegas or not really?
I mean, all, but gain a seat in them is not always the easiest.
The what?
It's like gain a seat in them is not the easiest, but
Right,
there's
right.
a lot of good games going on. Bellagio does like 5 at 51 Monday through Friday now,
Wow.
and then ALF Bulgar has his like 501k game, and Doc Sands has his 501k game, and then
300.
I don't know. I think those a couple like JLB has his game. All these guys just have their games now, and they all have Bitcoin, and they all play sky high.
Yeah, yeah.
And every summer I see them, they have a big old watch.
They don't play in events, the guys running those games,
No.
right?
No.
It's such a funny way of describing it. Everybody's Bitcoin rich.
Everyone is.
I mean, no,
Yeah,
like
in
this
this
was
community.
crazy. Like, dude, it really took a while. Like, it felt like Christmas. Like, it felt like hippie Christmas. You know, when everybody's like just harvested their weed. Have you ever been like up in Sonoma or one of those places for harvest season? And everybody's like putting brand new
John,
brand new
bet
metal
best hand,
bikes.
top pair.
Yippee! You know, like
Han,
like, I
middle
call it
pair.
Hippie Christmas. You know what I mean? It's like there was something in the air. Like, I mean, these guys
Han
are
is
all,
double
like,
gutted now.
seeming really rich, and they're all like Bitcoin
With a
rich.
pair.
Like guys who
And a flush draw.
yeah, there's a ton of people made a ton of money.
So a lot of outs
Those
for
are
Han.
serious things.
600.
There was like some sports betting chats that like everything was settled and like handled in Bitcoin just because it was like easy to deal with. They would do like
Well,
big
River
settle,
is
but, like,
a
it would be,
5,
like,
giving
Bitcoin's,
Han the
like,
best hand.
10K. So,
And
like,
he's going to
people
bet
were
it.
betting, like,
One liner to a straight.
5 to 10 Bitcoins on some games.
Right.
And like those guys who just lost like
Actually,
80
this
Bitcoins
is
in
like
down
a
or something at
2
that
liner.
point.
Any
Yeah,
3
all
or
have
a
our
7
stories.
Yeah, that was just so sick.
brings a straight.
But they were already betting a big amount anyway.
Yeah, it's already 10.
Yeah.
A lot of people's stories are a lot smaller.
It's like they were all
John
like,
makes the
oh,
good
man,
fold.
I lost like 500,000.
I mean, people used to toss it around on Reddit for free, kind of like an emoji.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's a funny comment. Bitcoin. Like 70,000. Sure, funny joke.
Did you saw the you saw that Shiba thing? The guy, some guy bought $8,000 of
Yeah.
Shiba and
Yeah,
held
that's
it
right.
and held it until he had like 1.5 billion.
Yeah, that's right.
And everyone just thought the account was dead, and he actually moved it.
He did.
Yeah,
No, I
no,
didn't see that.
he like really held it. Like he held it till
Yeah.
1.5 billion. Imagine having 100 million of this fucking thing off an 8K investment and be like, I think it'll keep going up. Like, I don't know. I don't want to sell too early, man.
500 million. It's too soon.
Yeah, you're like, I gotta get to $1 billion.
I mean, what do you know? You know.
I mean, yeah, you fucking do.
There's a guy that plays here who knows some kid down the street from him, hasn't graduated high school, just on a gaff, invested like 700, and has like 7 million now. He
Yeah.
hasn't even graduated high school. Has $7
Yeah, there was
million.
some sick stuff where like
Yeah. What do you do with your life now?
the Dogecoin and like
Pay a lot of
stuff.
taxes.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, imagine being minted and you haven't even gotten your diploma yet.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's more of a curse, right?
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't seem like it would be
Depends how
good.
it ends up for him.
You're not gonna be like responsible with your money though. It's like winning a poker tournament too early or something. No, I'm serious. Like,
Yeah,
you'll
winning a
see, you'll
poker
see
tournament,
you'll see some like 22-year-old kid who goes on like a $2 million upswing, and then like by 26 they just have like negative million.
That's right, that's right,
You see it like all the time.
yeah.
At least he doesn't play poker. He is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's invite him to the LATV.
Day he told us 18.
$300.
John betting king high for value, you would think here.
It's like
Did Chris
if you win
call
the
that?
lottery, you're 70%
Maybe the graphics are wrong. Maybe it's
up to
Chris who bet
50%.
and John who
I
called.
will say that one seems
that.
a little bit like they were the person who was playing the lottery in the first place.
Not investing.
There is that.
It's like be like, hey, like the guy who won the slot jackpot went broke. You'd be like, yeah, no shit, he just played slots.
Yeah, like, I hate when they
still.
say like, oh, like they've done studies on lottery winners and it doesn't make you happy. And it's like, most of those people are probably idiots, you know? They're the people
Well,
that...
yeah.
Can you-
So it's like,
can somebody
it's
break this up?
totally skewed. Like,
They probably
if
want
a
to-
smart, successful person wins the lottery, it's gonna help him.
Yeah.
He's
I
gonna
agree.
use it way more wisely, you know?
It was a sample size issue.
300.
Or
Right,
not,
the
there's not a
sample
sample
size
size issue. There was
Well,
a
they're probably both. Sample size issue and the people
selection.
playing
Yeah.
them are just like, you know, the guys that buy lottery tickets every weekend. You know? Like,
With that study, I feel like I've heard many where any amount of money over 80,000 a year doesn't increase happiness
Yeah.
anymore.
right,
That's a very common one.
I've read that one, yeah.
Like,
that one I believe, but like.
that one's always been floating
It
around.
depends where you are. Like in California, it's probably like
It's- yeah,
150
It's,
or
yeah.
Well,
something.
that's-
it's
I mean-
75 to 125
I was gonna
is
say, I think
the
that's the one.
happiness zone.
What they always say is once you can comfortably cover all your living expenses. So
Yeah,
it's
just
like, you don't have to worry about paying your mortgage the next month. It's like the people
Yeah.
or something.
It's negligible
Yeah.
happiness at that point.
Yeah,
One,
but
one
if-
of my favorite quotes is from David Lee Roth. He says, yeah, money can't buy you happiness, but it can sure as hell buy you a big boat, pull it up
Yeah.
the side of it.
Yeah.
yeah, there's one of those like similar thing where it's like it can buy you a jet ski. And it's like,
Yeah.
you ever seen someone found on a jet ski?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's way harder to be unhappy when you got a shit ton of money.
300. Smile when you hit the computer.
Should be, right?
I think
Yeah.
kind of. I do think you get to a point if you're like a certain level of it, like if you're, you know,
You should say
if you're
level or
Bezos,
Sultan level.
I'm saying like if you're like Bezos
1600.
with 300 billion or something, it's like you get literally must be so bored. You can
Yeah.
just do anything you want all the time. It was like, well, what?
Probably try to make more money.
Yeah,
Well,
and then that's
If you have that
boring
much
too.
money, just
I
keep
mean,
going.
even with like, I don't know, even with like 500 million, just not 300 billion, you know, even
Yeah.
with like 500 million, you're just like stupid.
1600 from Eric. Out of the big blind. L's gonna call.
I've done it all.
2 eights.
That's a
Wow, top set for Eric, and not a very bad flop for eights either. Jack 3-4.
And you watch it, it's just like these fucking assholes. He's like, I'd be so happy if I had 500 mil.
1,000 and a call.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much Elon Musk and Bezos have with like 300 billion. Like someone with 300 million, like an A-list celebrity, like
Yeah.
you know, like Jennifer
3,000.
Has
Aniston or
one,
something.
has,
1,000.
3,000 now
That's like insane.
yeah.
from Eric.
I mean, the way to think about it is if you took all the money, then if you didn't have to worry about like tax thing or whatever, like you just took the amount of money and you tried to spend it all, you'd probably have a tough time.
Yeah. If you weren't allowed to buy like continents or anything.
Well,
like that,
the thing is,
you know?
but the,
Like,
just
how
bought
Ten
much is
seconds.
Pluto?
if you bought something like that, it would have like resale value, so you'd still have money.
Right.
You'd have to like buy
Are
something.
you talking about spend it so that like
that you
it's gone?
you go to zero. Like,
Well,
you should
all
try to
makes
go
the
to
discipline
zero,
fold.
but it would be like impossible.
Yeah.
You're describing the plot of Brewster's Millions for the record.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah. It's a movie that came out in the 80s where he has like a task of spending like $100 million in 30 days.
He just kept making more money.
Accidentally makes money in multiple
Yeah.
circumstances. Yeah.
A nice fold there by L. When things aren't going your way and you're stuck, it can be hard to make those disciplined folds.
You know, like, it's like water, where if you're really short on money, it's like you need it for survival.
You need it to survive, yeah.
Yeah, and then, and beyond a certain point,
300.
you know, it gives you happiness and freedom, and then if you get too much, it can actually become a responsibility and become like
Yeah.
a source of unhappiness because you're so worried about it. And
300 three ways.
Kind of thing.
Oddly, I think
Yeah, open-ended for
it
L.
always seems tough.
John is
Not
best
be
here with
like-
nines.
Not being the Paulson who like went from like level like
600.
decent to like being insanely rich. It's the Paulson who was like born insanely rich.
Yes.
Because it's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Like your entire life, it was like, it never matters.
And then if you ever lose all of that,
Well,
it's
then
really
you're
bad.
you're gonna go with
Oh,
miserable.
yeah.
You're like, holy
That
shit,
would be
this
the worst.
sucks.
Yeah.
Living in an apartment sucks.
Like, I miss the penthouse.
You know what I mean?
Like, what's my maid?
Has to be many movies of that plot.
Yeah. That one.
All
I mean,
starring Russell
that's,
Crowe. 100.
Oh, what?
All starring Russell Crowe.
Oh, sorry, what?
Russell Crowe.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
isn't
one-
Schitt's Creek literally just that?
Yeah,
The entire show?
yeah, it's actually a good show.
Yeah.
In Schitt's Creek, the guy goes broke or whatever?
He, he gets all his money stolen, and the only investment they have left is that he, like, jokingly bought a city
That's it.
or something. Like, he bought the right.
You're overselling it. It's a town, like a small town.
Yeah, it's a town.
Yeah.
He bought, like, a 20-person town. It's, like, the only thing he has left. So he has to, like, go live there, because,
Okay.
yeah.
Like two very LA kids.
Like,
Oh,
that-
Check
okay,
through on the
it's-
flop.
it's
L
it's,
turns open-ended.
Gordon Levitt or whatever?
Han taking
No.
a stab at it with 6 high.
You're thinking of the right
Eugene
guy.
Levitt.
Eugene.
Eugene Levitt, yeah, Eugene
Is
Levitt.
his last name Levitt? Joseph Gordon-Levitt is another dude.
Yeah.
Very different dude.
Eugene Levitt's the American type.
Well, L was already ahead,
Then,
but River's a pair of kings. Does
He
Han
became a show.
want to go
Mr.
for it?
Foreman.
No, he's going to give up. And L checks it back with the king.
$300. $1,500.
Oh, 15.
Han putting in the light squeeze here out of the small blind. 9-10 off, 1,500. Gets called in 2 spots.
Close.
Well, bit of an action flop. 7, 4, 10. Both Han and Chris have a 10.
2,400.
2,400. Turn is an 8. Chris is still ahead. Han is open-ended now. And he's reaching for 1K chips. $6,500. Chris also has a gut shot. He needs Han's 9. River is a 5, brings a one-liner to a straight. You would think this would slow down Han, and it does. Now it's on Chris. Does he feel like he needs to turn his 10 into a bluff here and represent the 6? Or does he want to just check it back and hope his 10 is good? As it stands, Han actually has one of the very few hands that Chris can beat and might actually call the river, is a pair of 10s. I mean, all other 10s have a better kicker or make 2 pair or a straight. He doesn't want to check it, but he does check it. And he's going to win a nice pot here.
Wow. Wow.
Someone asked what happened with L and his 1K chip. Well, as far as we know, as far as the stream knows, that hasn't been resolved yet. I mean, in real time it probably has, but
15.
Still don't know. I mean, for you at home, if you're able to rewind the stream, you can just check yourself and see what happened, right? Unless the camera happened to not be on it at that moment, but anyone who rewinds the stream could probably check for themselves.
Happens always good too.
No, you're good, man.
I was not happy.
I was giving a little bit more rope than arguably should have, but
I bet.
300.
That's really bad because I play too much home games.
Huh?
I play too much home games.
That's okay. No worries. That's not like you
Five.
Eric going to continue. It's a pre-flop raiser. Bets his queen. Has Chris outkicked. Check, check on the turn. River, ace, and you imagine this would go check, check, and it does.
Jack whiz. Or the check whiz.
Here are the winnings. Eric right now, the biggest winner.
I got one. What, buddy? That's it.
Do you happen to know Asian David, who plays, he plays here on screen?
What do you got, like 20 minutes?
Kind of heavy set.
Cool.
I don't know him.
You
I
know
think
the
I know.
straddles from going or no?
We don't
He
know.
has a couple restaurants in Pasadena.
We can do one round.
Yeah, you guys want to do it on straws?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know which ones?
No,
Straddle
no,
around
I know
forward.
where, it's crab place.
Crab?
Oh, crab place, yeah, like the crab shack type thing.
No, it's cool.
Yeah, and then
She was right.
No, it's not.
You've been there?
No, he's a twin, he has a twin brother.
No, that's
I
good.
do know you're not mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy to know.
Not even
Public schools are doing it.
I love to go and hang out at his restaurants. I like those.
It's so fun to hang out with people's restaurants.
Yeah. Like he's like a real connoisseur of
Just call.
wine.
I just
Yeah.
call
It's
this.
fun, great fun to hang out with.
You beat me.
Wow. First straddle hand. They're doing a round of straddles and already action. Han opens jacks. L with ace king out of the small blind.
I was thinking the same thing.
We're
2,300.
both thinking like, how can I win this spot?
And Ryan with 2 queens in the
Fire
straddle.
on the river he falls.
And this could just be an easy 4-bet shove here from Ryan.
Honestly, if you shoved all in, that might have been one of the most insane talks. I don't know if I would have folded. I just would have been so confused.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And looks like Ryan did not shove, but did put in the 4-bet, leaving himself about 4,000-ish. The graphics haven't updated yet, but I believe
32.
Ryan put in about
No, hold on. 5,
4,500 or so.
Can't math right now. I believe it's 3 more. Wait, no, it's 5 more. So, no, it's actually
No,
perfect.
42 is totally fine.
It's perfect.
Yep. Yeah. 41 is the min.
Yeah. I did math is a weird one. Yeah, no, it's 42. 41 was the minimum. Yeah, I had to think about it because it's a weird number.
It's like Ryan made it 4,200. And Han makes the right fold, 2 jacks.
Oh, wait.
It's back on to L. He just ships it. So here we go.
Twice?
Yeah.
Cool, you guys good for twice? They're gonna go twice. You good with twice?
I think they're going to write twice.
I have queens.
Well, L wins the first one. And Ryan
Wow, they
wins
gave
the
you
second one.
slap
So
goal.
chop it up.
I would
Everybody loves a
Top,
chop
bottom.
a chop.
I fucked it yeah.
Yeah.
2, 8. Okay, your collection.
No.
115 total.
Time for me to leave, actually.
Oh, 115, 115.
115. Okay, just keep the change.
Ah, Pappy Van Winkle says John would have flopped a set. Yeah, it's always annoying when you fold your pair and you flop a set. I always say if you fold your pair pre-flop, just don't look at the flop. Save yourself the pain.
Five. 70. 17, sorry,
Yeah.
17.
No, not 70.
70.
That'd be a hell of a ways.
Yeah, I was confused. 17.
Chris, 3-betting from the cutoff. We don't know what he has. And John, with that suited ace, gonna put in the 4-bet. 6,100.
$61?
61 total, yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
Well, it gets through. We don't know what Chris had.
Okay.
Trundle God says the unlived life is not worth observing. I'm guessing that's you mean it doesn't really make sense to observe the hands you don't play.
Seven.
So this trial round is really bringing in a lot of action. $700 from Brian. Out of the small blind. Hog defense is big blind. 10-9 deuce.
Eight.
Ryan has got the overcard. Gut shot. On calls with his 9. And 2 pair now for Han. Ryan may want to use this ace as a barrel card. Fortunately for him, Han has the ace, makes 2 pair.
11.
He does barrel, but really small, 1100.
Raise. 37.
Han's going to raise, and Ryan immediately folds.
We had 2 people never show up, right?
Bigger.
Gary never showed. Ryan was the second guy, so he showed up.
No, we only had one person who didn't show. It was her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were 7-handed to start.
Okay.
Or supposed to.
Cabby Van Winkle says, I 4-bet folded to a 5-better and then left.
Of course, next year.
He didn't want to see the flop.
Oh, yeah.
It's $264 million.
5-4.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way of doing it.
He tried to get
Especially, you know, if you miss, it's like, whatever, I don't really care. But if you hit, it might affect you negatively, then yeah, that's a good play.
Yeah, he did that in New York.
Yeah,
With one
yeah,
golf
he
ball
said it's
show.
only worth like 20
I
million.
think, yeah.
So I
it's
should
like
only
a-
have to pay property taxes, even though I paid 250 million for it, it's only worth 20 million.
Yeah, he basically argues like I'm a tailable businessman.
Yeah,
But I shouldn't have to pay taxes for that.
Yeah, and he sues them to get it down valued, and it works. You know, but it looks shitty when you're
I
president
did
doing stuff
5,000.
like that.
Mike.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Ryan added 5,000.
600 3 ways. And John flops a straight. Check draw on the flop. John has the hand locked up now. Oh, excuse me. John's not John's not in the hand. The graphics are wrong. He folded pre-flop.
Bigger. Let me kick the button. Thank you.
Five.
5. sorry? No, Eric raised to 5, Chris called. Raised 22.
L putting in the squeeze from the straddle, A7. Eric calls. Well, L makes the best hand, 7-9 deuce.
2,000? 2,000.
And this is not a bad flop for sixes. You gotta think, well, I was gonna say you gotta think Eric's gonna call at least once, but Eric
Put them all in.
shoves, trying to protect from ace high. But L has the best hand. And could L possibly fold the winner again? He was in a situation like this earlier where Chris put him all in on the river and he thought for a long time and folded.
10 seconds.
I think L is gonna call. What do you think though, chat? Is he gonna call or fold? Wow, he folds.
They don't instant call you.
Yeah, that's the best.
Eric says, I love it when you don't insta-call me.
It's the worst.
I mean, Eric probably thought he had the best hand. Or still thinks he has the best hand.
You really did that because of the time chips, right?
We're out of time. One more time chip left.
Did I use it?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh, God.
It's all about the
We
time
do
chip
refill on
factor.
time chips soon though. We refill on time chips soon though. Eric, it's your straddle?
Yeah.
Thank you. Raise. 5.
L with ace king now.
2,000.
Putting in the 3-bet. Hanj lets it go.
That's the end of the drop. 300. Heads up.
300 from Han. Eric defends. Ace high is still best, but Han with the flush draw. $400 and a call. Han turns the best hand with the 6. Goes check, check. And Eric is going to bet it. He overbets. Possibly trying to get Han off a better ace high. I mean, it's kind of tough with these ace high hands. You would think ace high could be good here sometimes. Like, what are you trying to get Han to fold? Maybe a 10? Well, Han calls with just a 6. Wow. So nice call there from Han.
Take it. Go. 600.
$600 from Eric. Pretty big continuation bet, 1100. And neither player hit this board. On slightly better with Queen 8 high. Wow, and he calls. Queen high. Is Han going to check it back, try to show down his queen high, and hope that queen high wins? No, he's going to think that he needs to bluff at it. Pretty good bluff card. One liner to a straight. Eric lets it go. I mean, if Han checked it back, that'd be, I mean, Eric's already frustrated, but that'd be, I would think, a little extra layer of frustration if you see you're getting called down by queen high correctly.
Sorry.
This is yours.
Yeah, I think it's
I don't know why it's.
You guys can flip for it or something.
Yeah,
That's yours. Right.
I don't know.
you're right.
50 each.
That'll work. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good.
it's better than checking the camera.
Yeah, for 100, it's not worth it, you know? Yeah.
6.
Wait, was that out there?
No, it's,
Yeah, it was already out here.
Oh, then it is. I thought it probably is mine then. Okay. I thought you like had one out there and it like went missing.
no, that the ante was.
It was out there. Okay. That's why I said.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
I
why I
thought
was
you just had
confused.
one and there was no other one anymore.
Yeah.
Like you might have like done that.
Yeah, no, I tend to try to pull it to the center.
Here's the
I
V
would
pips.
too. I got tired.
Han at 56.
Tired, man, something that late?
Second place was 37.
7 a.m. 3 days.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
All right, that is it. I've been your announcer, Jeremy Fremlin, for High Stakes Friday. I want to thank Brian and Alex, who are in the room here with me doing the graphics and whatnot. And to all of you who have watched, thank you, especially those who were, kept a positive attitude throughout the whole show. All right, thank you and good night.